time. Hello YouTube, we are working on Hyperslice. Welcome, I hope it's going to work. Yes, it's working. Welcome YouTube, we are working on Hyperslice, my game where your dash is your weapon. Let me put that on the side. And let me check what I wrote yesterday. So I talked about the abilities yesterday. I was not sure what to do. Yeah, upping the price for the abilities. So make abilities more costly as we own more. Okay, so right now this is definitely something for the shop. Definitely something for the shop. Type. It's part of the game loop. And I should have something about the economy, but yeah, you know what? Right now, the abilities are always 128 gems. It becomes incredibly cheap as we progress through the games, as we gather much more gems when we get gem boxes and lots of enemies. So each time you purchase an ability, the price of the other abilities should go up significantly.
New donation from
Michette! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is how you start the year. You arrive in here and you say hello using a donation before you even say hello. Thank you so much for your donation, Michette. I really appreciate it. Happy New Year, everyone. I forgot to say Happy New Year, but Happy New Year, and I'm glad to be back. I hope you're appreciating it as much as I am, but I'm pretty happy to be back. It's been a while, right? It's been a while. The holidays, I was sick. There were lots of work happening in my apartment. Now it's all good. We don't have a leak anymore. And we have water. It's very nice. Thank you so much, Michette. I really, really appreciate it. And I just got it. Thank you so much. I don't know if I see your message. I don't think there is a message necessarily. Maybe there is. Maybe I should have the application opened every time. Putting the brain dump in here. Very welcome as always. No, you are welcome. So we are working on Hyperslice. You remember this game? Honestly, every time I come back to Hyperslice, I fell in love with the game again. I really enjoy it. I like the idea. I like the execution. I think I'm doing a good job with the juice and the visuals. So I really want to bring it to life. And I've been reading some stuff from other devs recently, some interesting insights, and I think it anchored, like I talked about that in the past, that I think Hyperslice is a game that is kind of difficult to market. Like people look at the game from afar, and they're not necessarily super interested, right? But when they play it, they really enjoy it. And I've seen some feedback from devs, some stories from devs, where they were making games that were like that, and even more like that, because their games were like really, really simple visually. And they were saying that it was super hard for them to get eyes on the game. But the moment they got a demo and people were started playing it and people started enjoying it, it worked so much more, so much better. So I think we really have to see the next fest as a good opportunity to get more people to try the game. And that's also why I'm thinking about doing the co-op fest. Crows, hi. Random question, if that's okay. Happy New Year, thank you, and Happy New Year to you too. What are you doing for music as a solo dev? Do you have music experience? I know how to code and have art experience, but not sure what to do for music. Yeah. That's a very common problem, right? I think you have 3 solutions here. You really have 3 solutions. First solution, you just go online and you find free music assets. Thank you for the follow, Leo HP. Welcome. And you can definitely do that, right? You can definitely do that. You can find some cool music. I know the Hurtley Bros are doing free music. The 1 Month Symphony is doing music for free. You can probably find other musics like that. Second way, you can buy music from people. Maybe some people will reach out to you if they like your game. You can find people on Fiverr and stuff like that. You can find music. If you need to buy it from someone, like custom made, it can cost a fuck ton of money. It depends if those people are amateur or like pros, or like how much experience they have. From what I know, it ranges from like 20 euros per music to like thousands per music, depending if you want to have all of the rights and stuff like that. So you can buy music, but of course you can either buy pre-made music, that can also be something, or you can work with someone, preferably someone that is starting in the field. They will be cheaper. That's a solution. I paid for my music that way for some of my music in Dashpong, and same thing for Hyperslice. I think it works. Depending on your budget, that can be something interesting. Especially, you know what? I would say you can pay specifically for like maybe your trailer music or the main theme of your game. That way you have very specific music for that. And then the rest, you can find it online, either for free or you pay for it. But you don't necessarily have to have it made custom for you, right? And then I think the last solution is to work with someone like on a deeper level, like you do revenue share or something, so that you can embark someone that will help you, and not just like do something for a certain amount, but they like collaborate with you and they get a percentage of your game. I would say that this is the hardest because first of all, you need to have someone that you trust in the long run. It's going to be much more complicated to do the much more complicated to do the revenue share, as opposed to just paying someone a fixed amount. So that's to be considered. And finally, they also have to trust you, like trust that your game is going to make enough money to generate some revenue. So that can be complicated. So I guess just to summarize, the most realistic thing for an indie is probably either finding music online that is free, or paying for music but a relatively low amount, either custom made or pre-made. Pre-made is probably going to cost less than custom made, of course, but that's usually what you do, right? And of course, you still have the possibility of starting to learn your music making right now and make it yourself. It's possible, but it's going to take so much time. You really have to want to do that, right? I'm pretty sure you can figure it out. If you put effort into it, there's no reason why. But it's definitely going to be time-consuming and difficult. So it's to keep in mind. But yeah. Leo, thank you so much for the sub T1. Thank you so much for the sub T1. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Happy New Year's. Here's a few coffees. Thank you, Michette. I didn't see the thing. Looking forward to the streams and the game. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, crowd. Thank you. All right, guys. I hope you're doing good. Let's continue. Thank you for your content. Thank you for the content. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. Make abilities more costly as we own more, right? That is one thing. Of course, this applies only if we keep the abilities. Ooh, what do I mean by that? I'm considering removing the abilities, but I'm still debating it. It's not just like either we remove or we keep it. It's more complex than that. So it's definitely more complex than that. And I want to discuss that with you today. If you have some ideas, that could be cool. That could be cool. The price for the abilities, that is okay. Abilities could be more control based. That's what I wrote down. Meaning, instead of having abilities that are doing damage directly, you have abilities that are helping you control the game. For example, an ability could slow down the time. An ability could put a slow zone on the field that would affect only the enemies. Stuff like that, right? That it's controlling the game and not necessarily directly dealing damage. But I'm not sure. I would also try to explore the mechanics. Yeah, I need to explore the mechanics. I need to brainstorm at some point my mechanics and really try to explore as much as possible what it means to use them. I'm gonna give you an example. I thought about that yesterday, and I don't know why I didn't think about that earlier. I added inside of the game those small gem boxes. So those are like small boxes where they spawn, and you have to kill them before they disappear, so you can get more gems, which then allow you to buy more abilities and stuff. So very cool, right? It's like a trade-off. You can take some time and go and grab those gems and whatever. And of course, I made them pushable, because everything in the game is pushable, so I made them pushable. And then yesterday I pushed them, and I was like, hey, why are they not doing damage when they're being pushed? And I was like, it doesn't make sense. In the game, every time you push something, it turns that thing into a projectile for a certain amount of time. And I was like, why am I not doing that? I should definitely be doing that. So this morning I added that. It was very easy because I already have all of the components available. I just have to plug the right component at the right spot, and boom. And so now you can use the gem boxes as projectiles. You might be thinking, well, it's quite useless, and in some ways it's true. It's not necessarily super useful, but in some situations you might actually use that because it's an easy way to deal a lot of damage to a bunch of enemies. And it's just fun. It's just part of the world building, right? This idea that in this game, everything can be pushed, and when you push something, it deals damage. It makes sense. And then I thought, and maybe I should do it. I forgot about that, actually. I forgot about that, so actually, you know what? I could bring that back, and I could say, to do deal damage when pushed, yes. Increase reward, increase the reward for each enemy killed. And this, I think, can be cool. I don't think we have to teach the player that. I think this is an example of a like hidden feature in a way that is going to reward the players that are very aware of what's going on in the game. And they might be like, oh, I can see that whenever I deal more damage, I deal some damage with the enemy damage, let's say, with this box, it's going to create more gems. That's pretty cool. And I think that's a small thing. And I think if you add lots of small things like that, it makes your experience much better. It makes it more deep. And it's also kind of free. You see what I mean? For example, adding a new map, adding a new enemy, it's quite costly. You have to think about the design, you have to think about the visuals, the behavior, all of the bugs it's going to create. It's a lot of work. But whenever you have a feature, an ability, something that already is created, it doesn't cost you a lot to make it usable in different situations, or at least it costs you less, right? And sometimes small features like that can be really enjoyed by players, and they don't cost you a lot. And it makes the whole experience a bit better. And I think this is what I want to do right now. Hyperslice already has a lot of stuff. I think it's in 2 steps now. I one have to tidy up everything a bit, like make sure that the experience is good, like the waves are interesting, the waves are not like too overwhelming, but also challenging over time and stuff. Make sure that I arrange the different enemies in interesting ways, etc. I think I already have some good stuff to work with, and then make sure that I explore as much as possible all of the features that I have, right? And it's something that you see sometimes in games where the most interesting features, it's especially true in games where you progress over time, like maybe a platformer where you get more features as you go through the game, like you get more moves and stuff like that. Sometimes the interesting features are happening towards the end of the game, and they feel very much like underutilized. They create those cool features and they don't do anything with it. And in opposition to that, you have a lot of indie games where the core gameplay is very simple. You have like 1 or 2 mechanics, but the mechanics are used to like they are used to their absolute limit. You really have all of the possibilities with those specific 2 mechanics or 1 mechanic. And I think this is really interesting. I think it's much interesting as an indie to focus on something simple and really explore what it means to use that feature. It's much more interesting to do that than to have like all of the features everywhere. So instead of doing a spread, like touching everything, you do depth, right? You go in one specific spot and you go really far in that specific area. I think it's much easier, much more interesting, right? And I think I can do that. That was a very long sentence, very long moment to say that, very long monologue. But anyway, we are going to do that, right? Increase the value. We can do it right now. That's relatively easy. Let me just check if I have if I have other things. I wrote down I can add more meaningless upgrades to make the better ones more interesting, such as push enemies further, increase invisibility windows after a dash, so that things like a shield seems much more useful. Yeah. So basically what I want is to have much more upgrades, especially upgrades that are like modifying small things, because then you will have to make some choices, and I like that. You will have in front of you, you will have some upgrades. One will be you have a shield, right? So basically it's like a consumable. You can see it. It's like on you, and when it gets destroyed, you don't have it anymore. That would be one thing. It's quite powerful, right? Because it's basically like having another life. And then you could also have like push enemies further. It doesn't seem like that interesting, but at the same time, you need those uninteresting upgrades so that the interesting ones are even more interesting. Hey Vex, how are you doing? Happy New Year. And finally, the ultimate for the base ship should be the Mark and Slice, and the dasher should have something like a special dash that automatically aims at the closest target. And I'm very happy because I did that already, and I'm going to show you right now. Let's go. Let's open up. Let's FBI open up. I'm going to put that in here. Happy New Year to you too. Hope you had a good holiday break. Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was good. I was sick, actually. I became sick, I think on the 38th or like 31st. And I was like, oh my god, no, I'm going to be sick for the new year. So I started the year sick and like quite sick. It was not pleasant. But thankfully it's now much better. And all of the work in the apartment is also done. So it means that we have no leak, water working fine. It's very cool. So I'm happy. And I'm excited. Honestly, I think this is something that is good. I'm excited for this year. There are many things that I want to change. Hopefully I will be able to. We will discuss that throughout the year. But I think it's finally time that I stop doing too many things at once and I try to focus more. Because I want to release some fucking games. And I want to release this game, Hyperslice. I'm pretty happy with the game. I like it. There are many things that can be improved, of course. But I think I have a cool concept. And I want to bring it to life. So, let's do that. So the small gem box, let's look at that. It's called gem orbs, actually. Small gem orbs. So let's call gem orbs. Gem orbs. How long have I been walking? 45 minutes, right? 50 minutes. Let's stop here. Okay, good. Excellent. Sounds like a good positive start to the year. Yeah. I'm pretty excited. Now it's all about momentum, right? I realized after many years, it's very easy to struggle with like motivation, all of those things. And I'm thinking now, when I think about it, I feel like it's more about momentum than anything else. What I mean by that is, the more you are in the momentum, the easier everything is. If you are already, let's say, going to work, and you are walking to work, or cycling to work, you are in that momentum of being active. It's much easier to go and do something active. If you are sitting at your computer or in front of the TV, you're not in that momentum. It's hard, right? So much more than discipline or than motivation or anything, I feel like momentum is so freaking cool. When you are in the process of working on your game, making progress and stuff, and you are like, you see you have like all of that with you, moving with you, so much easier. And so I think keeping momentum is the first thing you can do, and then knowing how to create that momentum, because inevitably you will lose it at some point. There will be a holiday break, you will be sick, there will be something, and you will lose that momentum. So then how do you create it again? I think this is interesting. I think I resonate with that much more than the rest. Mars, how are you doing? I think I resonate with that much more than the rest. Uncollided. So when we collide, how do I know what I'm colliding with? I don't remember. You see, that is an example. That is an example of momentum. When you are in the momentum of working on your game often, you have everything in your head. You know exactly what is what and where it is and stuff like that. And so it's easy to fix those things. You want to add something new? Oh yeah, I just need to go there and do that. Whereas if you lose that momentum and you switch from one project to another, every time you go back and you want to do something, it's going to be slightly more difficult. Because now you don't know. Now you're not sure. Now you're spending time overthinking and stuff like that. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep that, but hey, that would be cool. Something. Check enemies killed. You know what could be cool? It could be cool. No, that's not what I want to do. Basically, my hitbox, it's doing 1 damage. We can also change that, right? On the various things that I want to change. Maybe I'm gonna write it down right now in my ideas. Give me a second. Hyperslice. Ideas. Do I have something specifically for the upgrades? I doodly do. Upgrades. Oh yeah, I do. Interesting. Oh, starting the wave with % of your ultimate charged up. That's interesting. But I'm not going to do that. Increase invincibility after dash. Pushed object damage increase. That's pretty cool. The different things that we do during the dash, this is good also. I thought about having a shield. I thought about other stuff, right? Pushing further. Yes. Push further. All of those are like super easy. Ameripon! Happy New Year to you too. Welcome. So that is good. Okay, let's continue with that. So increase the reward for each enemy damage. Furet! How are you doing, Furet? Happy New Year. Welcome. Dealt damage. So in here, very simple. We can say if amount is superior than 0, slightly, or not slightly, increase the gem's reward value, right? So whenever we die, do you know how we do it? Gems amount. Spawn gems amount. Hey, this should take into account the globals coming from the player. So guys, just to remind you, you have pinned at the top of the chat, you have the Hyperslice page that you probably know about on Steam. You can register to the playtest right now. The playtest is going to be held, I'm not sure when exactly, at the end of January, for probably. That would mean in 20 days. Will I be ready in 20 days? I don't know, but I will still do a playtest nonetheless. The playtest will be about difficulty and gameplay, right? So I will need your feedback to prepare for the demo. So if you want to join, please register on Steam and you will be notified when the playtest is available. And the playtest for Dash Pong, for the solo training mode, was stopped on Monday. So thank you for those of you that participated. and I need to go through the feedback and stuff, but that's done. Higher drop gem probability. What? Gem probability? Is that what we're doing? Higher drop probability, gem probability. Who is using that? Slight chance of spawning a gem chest. Done. Thanks for the reminder. Thank you. I think I'm not using it. You know what? I think I'm not using it. Simply, right? Simply, I'm not using it. So the ability that is you drop more gems or whatever, it doesn't work. The upgrade gem drop, value 2, pick up, gems drop. I think it doesn't work. Upgrade gem drop. It doesn't do anything. Okay, this is something that we need to do at some point. Anyway, we're not going to do it right now because we need to focus. So let's say to the gems amount that we are spawning in here, we are going to define also export var gems bonus damage int. Let's say that for each damage that you're doing, you're adding 10. That is a lot, right? That is a lot. But I think it's fair. So gems amount plus equal the bonus damage. I think I like that. Meaning I really encourage people to do some damage with the gems. They might not be aware of it, right? But I think it's okay. I think it's okay that we don't tell them, and they will have to figure it out. I don't think it's a problem. But let's try nonetheless. Let's try gem orb. Okay, I'm gonna let you come here. Okay. Fuck. I missed. I'm stupid. I'm gonna let you come here. I really need to make that. Okay. But the problem is that, yeah. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking maybe the behavior should be changed slightly for the gem orb, because right now the gem orb is not being used. It's not being opened. You don't open it if you don't slice it. I think, tell me what you think, but I think it's okay to open the orb on wall collide. So basically, what would happen is that you have your orb somewhere here. You push it like that. It can deal damage to the enemies when they are here. 88, 31, 41, 13, 41. Thank you for the follow. And then it gets open in here. The behavior before was that it would bounce off and it would continue being here until it would disappear. So either we open it directly on collide in here when it collides with the wall, or we say that if you have pushed it at least once, then instead of disappearing, it's going to open. But I think it's slightly confusing. People will not understand why. Necessarily. You see what I mean? So I think it's easier to just say, hey, maybe when you push it, it's going to open on collide. It makes more sense. It's kind of the same behavior as with the enemies, right? When you push an enemy, if the enemy collides with the wall, it gets killed. Hello. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. It makes more sense. It makes more sense. So let's do that. Destroy. Destroy. On timer free timeout. So in here, if you collide with the wall, you disable everything. You change color to white. And you destroy. I think I also want the timer free to stop. Yes. That seems better. And increase the reward for each enemy damaged. So I think this is done now. And explode on wall. Because initially it was not doing that. Spawn gem orb. Okay. Fuck. Now I have a new problem. And the problem is I need to spawn the orbs so that they don't spawn outside. Which is slightly frustrating. Slightly frustrating. What would be an easy way to change that? What would be an easy way to change that? What would be an easy way to change that? I could just add an offset. I could just add an offset. I could spawn the orbs instead of spawning them like... Yeah, but I don't know. I was going to say I could spawn the orbs instead of spawning them like in circle around the point. I could like splash them in the opposite direction of the wall. I mean, I can still do that, and that would look cool, I think. You know what? Let's do that. Let's do destroy. Wall collide bool is equal to false, or collision destroy from push, something like that, from push. And so in here it would be destroy true. And then in the spawn gem, I also pass that from push. No. That's harder than I thought, and so I don't know what to do with this. Ah, fuck. You see, this is why game dev is hard. This is a perfect example of why game dev is hard. You have a small feature, you do a small feature that you didn't think anything about it. You were like, yeah, I'm just going to spawn the gems when they hit the wall. And now you have a new problem. When you spawn them, they go outside of the wall. So now what do? Do you create a feature that, like, you spawn no matter... You spawn however you want, and then it puts them inside, or you see, you have a bunch of ways of doing it, and most of them are just going to take some time. And then you're not doing what you thought you were going to do. It's always like that. This is really a good example. This is a very good example. And so now, why is it hard? It's not necessarily that it's very hard. It's just that I don't know. I don't have any idea of the direction I collided, where exactly I collided, right? You might think, hey, you can just, whenever you have a collision in here, you can just know where you're colliding, but I don't know, actually. I don't know where I'm colliding because it's not giving me the information, I think. Maybe I could modify the push code to give me that information. Otherwise, what I could do is cast array cast constantly to know where is the point. Because I can't use the walls and say, hey, I'm going to take the direction between my gem and the wall. I can't do that in here because the wall center is in here, so that would be completely false. And basically, I need to know this information because I want to spawn. We could still have a weird edge case where it wouldn't work. That's fucking frustrating. Imagine we are on the arena that is like a square. It doesn't look like a square, but you get the point. If you collide somewhere in here, what could happen is that what I'm trying to do then is, compared to that collision point, I want to spawn my gems right there, right? What could happen if my angle is perfect like that and I collide in here is that I spawn my gems, but I spawn them with a spread, right? To make it more interesting. And I spawn some of them outside. Fucking frustrating. Very frustrating, right? Very, very frustrating. You could have a logic. Either the arena itself, or the gems could have a logic to check if they are inside or outside, and they would move themselves inside. But again, moving yourself inside, I don't know. Moving yourself inside is going to be weird because it's going to look like shit. How can I show you this? Imagine that you have your gem outside like this, and you have a bunch of gems that are outside. You need to compute how much you need to go in what direction to be inside. So you take the center point of the map, because this is the only way to know. And then you're computing, okay, I need to go in that direction. How far do I need to go? How far do I need to go? How far do I need to go? And the problem is that you're going to have a hotspot where all the gems are going to be on top of each other. Probably. The same way you have when you have enemies going towards a player. If you don't have any separation logic, and you're going to a center point, you have all of the enemy finally converging to a point, right? It's a very, very common problem. And to change that, either you have some separation between the elements, you tell them to separate, but then it adds more complexity. Or another way could be that instead of focusing a single point, you focus a line, for example, right? You focus a line, and enemies, instead of focusing directly the player, they focus a point on the line, and you create some separation like that, right? Could even do the same thing on a box if you want. Problem with this is if you have your player in here and you have your enemy in here. I'm going very far, right? But it helps me to think about the problem. If you're targeting a point that is away from the player, it's possible that you're going to miss the player, and then it looks weird because now you have an enemy that will go very close to you but not on you. So yeah. I don't know. Basically all of that to say, I don't know. I don't have an easy way. I don't have an easy way to do it. Which is shit. What I'm thinking though is that my pushable, because it's doing a parent kinematic body, we could have the collision point, right? In here we could pass the collision point, so we could say collision, get collision point, position, right? We could pass that. Now, the problem if I do this is that I have a bunch of things relying. This was a mistake. From the get-go, it was a mistake. I have a bunch of objects relying on that signal everywhere in the code, and now I need to update them because there's a new parameter. Because in Godot, there's no way to do... I think there's no way to do that. There's no way to do, how do you call it? Optional parameters in signals. And so it was a mistake in the sense that I could have passed a kinematic collision or a collision data object that would have been a dictionary, and that way you could easily add more stuff into the dictionary. That would have been the better thing, I think. That way you can update this component in the future. You can update it easily. You can add more data if you want. Fuck. You see how one seemingly simple feature can easily touch a bunch of stuff. And we go from, hey, I'm just going to add more gems on orbs that are being pushed, to I need to modify my components, and I need to modify all of the things using that component. It's so easy to just like that, boom, it explodes. And now you need to rewrite a bunch of stuff. And again, that is why game dev is hard. It's part of why. You can have all of the systems you want. You can think about it all you want and have the best, like, dynamic system and whatever. At some point, you will have to face something like this. And it's not a big deal, right? It's just that it's slightly frustrating. It's slightly frustrating. I have a solution, though. I have a solution. That's not ideal. That music is amazing. Okay, my solution is simple. At least it's simpler than what I was going to do. I'm going to keep track of my velocity each frame, right? And with that velocity each frame, Bear Like Lion, hello, and Song is Bop. I'm going to keep track of my velocity each frame, and on collision, I'm going to say, hey, you know what? I'm looking at the velocity, I'm going in the opposite direction of the velocity, and I'm moving a bit along that velocity. What is it going to do? Very simple, it's going to do exactly that. This is a wall, you collide in here, you were here before, so boom, your velocity is in here, and now you say, hey, I want to go in the opposite direction, so I basically want to go there, and I go along that velocity a tiny bit, let's say 15 pixels, 20 pixels, whatever. I do bop, 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 and this is where I'm going to spawn the gems. So that when I spawn the gems, it should be safe, because it should be further away from the wall. In some edge cases, it could not work, it could break, but it should be okay. It should be okay in most situations before we have a better solution. And the appear distance is here. The appear distance is 30, right? So we can use that. We can use that in our tiny brain. Use that knowledge to know how much we should go away from the wall. So let's do that, right? Let's do that, in fact. Let's do that. We already have velocity, but we're not using it. Oh, we do actually. But I think we're not using it. I think we're not using it because when we are pushed, we disable the physics. Right? Parent, knockback, look at that. Set physics process, false. But we use the parent velocity. We use the parent velocity though. We use it. Interesting. Interesting. So it should work, in fact. I think I can use the velocity. Let's see if I can use the velocity or not. Right? Or not. So from push, basically in here, I need to compute something. So if from push, we collided on the wall, we need to spawn the gem slightly away from that wall. Else, we do that. Or we do better than this. We do better than this, and in here we do var spawn position vector 2. By default it's this, and if from push we are going to modify that. Gotta run from a work meeting. Have a great stream. Good luck for your work meeting. This is not necessarily incredibly fun, but I guess it's something you have to do. It's something I don't know, right? I don't know that anymore. I have some meetings very rarely when I need to work with a client or something, but it's pretty rare, and most of the time we do it through chat if it's possible. So I rarely have meetings. And that's fucking amazing. That is amazing, guys. I don't know if you know that, but it's probably one of the best things of working alone is that you don't have those pesky meetings. I'm jealous. Yeah. Leaving the dream, right? I am leaving the dream. Leaving the dream, not living. I'm leaving the dream. Goodbye. I go in and stop the dream. Okay. Spawn position. Let's calculate that spawn position. And that spawn position should be simple, in fact. Right? The spawn position should be simple. It should be global position minus the velocity normalized so that we have the direction. We want minus that velocity normalized that we multiply by, let's say, 35. 30 fucking 5. Instance global position, spawn position. I think it works. And if it doesn't, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hyperslice. Hyperslice. You forgot to explode, my guy. No? Collided. Midget expected one argument, but called with two. Hey, no. Don't do that. Don't do that yet. Don't do that yet. Shit. It didn't work at all. The fuck did I do? What the fuck did I do? Spawn gems. From push. Let's see that. Boom. Collide. From push is true. No, wow. No. The spawn position is the global position. Oh. No, that's okay. If from push, yes. I want to do an addition in here. I want to do an addition because the addition is neutral. That's why. The addition is neutral. And then I decide what should be the direction by doing minus velocity. So if I'm doing minus velocity, I'm basically countering what I was doing. I don't know if that's very clear, but that should be better. And so now I do that and it spawns mostly inside. Okay. You know what we could do? We could have a tiny bit more of that. And we could also start on the playground. That way it's better. Isn't that the playground? Why am I not launching that? Isn't that the playground? It is, right? It is. It still goes outside. Why is that? Why is that? Appear distance. Appear distance. What is this appear distance? Maybe I need to look at that. Oh. What? Appear distance plus a range of 30 to 50? What on earth This is so fucking stupid. Move in random position away from their spawning position. From their spawning position. From their spawning position. Oh, that is so fucking stupid. So I can grab much bigger spot. Okay, but after that it should be okay, right? Tell me it should be okay. Yeah, okay. It's fair enough. Let's spawn a bunch of them and let's try. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's roughly inside. It's actually enough to grab them. Okay. Hyperslice. So gem orbs increase in value when they deal damage. They explode on wall when pushed. Okay, cool. Banana, banana, na, 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 na. Banana, na, na. Banana, na, 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 na. Bom, 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 bom. Scene. Ultimate. Ultimate invisible, ultimate laser, ultimate mark and slice. We are going to duplicate the ultimate mark and slice, and I'm going to call it the ultimate auto dash. I don't know exactly how to call it right now, but let's call it auto dash, and you're going to see what it is. So basically, what I decided for your pleasure and mine is that I removed the laser ultimate. I removed it because it felt a bit out of place in Hyperslice. So I decided instead to use the mark and slice. So this one, pretty cool. Right? I decided to use this one instead for the base one. The problem now, I have a problem with my option menu that I need to fix, but we'll see that later. The problem now is that when you go and try to select this ship, which one? This one. The ultimate should not be mark and slice. The ultimate should be something else. I don't like this display of information also, but it's not a big deal for now. It does the job. And so I've been thinking about it a bit, and I thought, you know what? We should do something that automatically dash, because it's for the dasher, right? It's for the ship that is the dasher. And I'm thinking we slow down the time slightly. You can't really move anymore, but you can dash automatically, and that is pretty cool, I think. You're like invincible in a way. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to show you. Also, I want to have show a progress show the time left during ultimate. And I'm gonna say display on the HUD bar filling down to show how much time is left, something like that. So I think I'm not going to do it right now. I'm just going to think about the idea quickly. It would be something whenever you are doing the ultimate, you would have a bar like that. There's no way to grow the bar from the center, right? So I think, unfortunately, what we have to do is something like that. It's slightly stupid, but I think we have to do that. Right, progress bar R, progress bar L. Don't worry about it. I'm moving it. I'm moving it very slowly, but I'm moving it. Okay, it's incredibly slow. I'm not going to do that. So whoa. I think... Yeah, and then we need to, of course, inside of it, modify some stuff. But we would have a bar like that. Because in Godot, there's no way to do a bar that is filling from the center, right? Or with the texture progress. But I don't think we can do that. Bilinear, left and right. Oh, maybe that's it. Is it possible? I never tried to do that. Maybe it's possible. Maybe it's possible. Ah! We need a texture progress. Yes, you can, if I recall correctly. Binogur, hello. Yeah, actually we can. But with the texture progress. With the texture progress. Okay. Okay. Interesting. The only problem, I guess, is that I'm going to have... if I want to style it specifically, I won't be able to do it as easily. But I could do it like that. I could have my texture feel like this, so it starts at 100, and it does this like that to show that the time is ticking. And that way it's slightly easier because I can just do it top wide, make it the size I want, boop boop, something like that. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Oh, but we have the tint in here. I don't even need to do that. I forgot. We have the tint in here, so I could tint it like... whatever. Yeah. And I could have this. And to make it very obvious, you could even have something that is top and bottom. Of course it looks ugly, but don't think about it. And that way you would have something very easy to see. I'm working on Hyperslice. I'm working on the demo, and I'm modifying an ultimate. Basically, why is this black and white stuff why is it like that? This is weird. Anyway, I'm working on modifying the ultimate for the Dasher. Hey, Happy New Year to you too, Arkham. How are you doing? How are you doing? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. So let's do that. Let's do the script. Doing great. Working on optimizing Mozilla Mobile with Smack's help. Yeah, I saw that Smacks gave you some nice ideas. That's pretty cool. That's pretty freaking cool. There's also another solution for your problem, and it's using the visual server directly. Instead of drawing stuff normally, you can, in Godot, when you need to do performance stuff that requires some performance, you can call the servers directly. You can like call the physics server directly, you can call the visual server directly. There's a bit less overhead, and I think in some cases it can be faster. Yeah, GD Quest made a video about that if you want. He talked about it in the video where he's trying to spawn a bunch of bullets, and he's talking about the different things that you can do. And I think one step is using the visual server to draw the sprites, and it's indeed much faster, I think. I don't know why exactly, but it's much faster. I'm gonna copy all of that, I think. Mark, we don't need the mark, right? Oh, we could need the mark, in fact. Let's open up the mark and see how it looks. It could be useful to place it on top of the next enemy that we are going to kill. It might help me with my current issue. Using the sub-viewports works like a charm, but it means there's a loading time. I don't mind, I'm showing a loading screen. It's just that it's not updating the progress bar correctly. I'm thinking because it's doing the big computation all at once, I'm not giving the time to the engine to run the physics processing. How are you displaying the update? Because if you want to have update, you need to do... So maybe I could just split the big computation, generating the cards, and get away or something. You're probably trying to do it in one frame, and thus your frame takes forever, and so it's not updating. When you want to have interactive loading, depending on what you do, there's actually a built-in function in Godot, so don't reinvent the wheel. Instead of generating 1,000 cards, I generate 10 cards, then wait, then more. Okay, depending on how you do things, don't reinvent the wheel first and read the documentation about interactive loading, okay? Because that might be useful for you. I think in your case it's not, because you're creating the cards on the fly, so it's not going to work. So your idea is probably what is going to work, but it's still a good idea to read on interactive loading, because it's not super long and it's going to give you some ideas. Basically, interactive loading, when you do load, let's take a simple example. When you do load in Godot, if your scene is small enough, it's going to be near instant, so it's okay. But let's say you're loading a scene that is incredibly big. It has like a ton of geometry inside of it, lots of models, whatever. it will actually take time. So what you can do is use interactive loader, and you can load in chunks, and it can tell you how far it is in the loading process, and you can use that to display a loading bar. Yes, I think it's that. If I remember correctly. Page not found. Why am I not seeing it? Are you not using 4.3? Yeah. It's very frustrating the way they're doing it. It's super frustrating the way they're doing it. In I don't know how it's done. Maybe because it changed the name and stuff, but basically when you find something in 3.5 and you try to change to it doesn't work. Try to change background loading. Yes, probably. Commonly games need to be loaded using resource loader example. Load threaded request. Okay. It's not exactly the same thing. Oh yeah, in here you have get status. You can check the status with loaded threaded get status. Progress can be obtained by passing an array variable with via progress, which will return a one element array containing the percentage. There's that. So it's slightly different than what we had in Godot 3. But yeah, that's exactly it. But in your case, I don't think it's going to work, because you're not trying to load one big scene, right? I don't think your problem is that the scene itself is big. It's just that, I guess, at the beginning of the game, at the beginning of the stream, at the beginning of your scene, you're trying to generate. I read up that previously, but as you said, I'm not loading a big scene, I'm instantiating 1,000 scenes. Okay, yeah, fair enough. So yeah, definitely. So then it's definitely what you said. I think what you should do is create a simple function where you can specify the amount you want to load. That way you can play around with the amount, because you said generate 10, then await a frame, and then 10 more. I think 10 is not enough, but I don't know, and I think you don't know either, right? Unless you time how long it takes to create a frame, to create a card. But you can create a function that allows you to choose how many you want to generate. That way you can try and find the right number. Because maybe you can actually generate 50 cards or 100 cards without any problem. It's interesting that it's so long though. Just adding a viewport makes it much slower, right? I was not expecting that, to be honest. I need to find a way to find a proper number of cards. I can check how long the last physics frame took to compute. Yeah. That's interesting though. So I think I'm going to use this mark. Right? I think I'm going to use this mark. Okay. So how am I doing that? Basically, I want to override the behavior of my player, which might be harder than I thought. I'm going to activate the multiplier. Let's actually export that value. Export var time multiplier. It's gonna be a float, and in this case I think it should be 0.25. What the fuck? It should be 25. Yes. Skibidi yes. And I'm going to do the same thing in mark and slice. ultimate mark and slice, I'm going to do time multiplier. It's going to be 0.1, and I'm going to do it in here. I prefer to have that. You were sick. I was sick. Yes, I was sick. I started the year sick on. I think it was on the 30th. I started to be sick. I spent the New Year's Eve sick. It was not that bad, but I was starting to be sick. And then I was sick for like a good week. It was not super fun, and we had a lot of we had pipe work in the apartment. It was finished yesterday, the pipe work, so that's pretty cool. So it was quite noisy and stuff, and I was not very comfortable streaming as the guy was there constantly. Happy to see you on stream again. You're not sick anymore, and hopefully the works in the house went well. Oh, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I said, Arkham. So yeah. So you finally have lights in the bathroom. No. Funnily enough, no. Because the light in the bathroom, first of all, the guy is not an electrician. And the guy, actually what the guy did, the work that they did, because the goal was not to destroy all of the pipes that were inside of the walls. So basically what they did is that they cut the source at the beginning, right, at the entrance of the apartment, and they installed new pipes that are visible. They are not inside of the walls, but we actually don't see the pipes because we're lucky enough that our the entry of the the entrance of the apartment is close to the toilets, which is close to the bathroom, and so everything is actually going through the things, and we don't see anything. It's hard to explain, but we don't see anything. So basically we just have new pipes, right? So the old pipes are still here, but they don't have any water anymore. But the water is still inside of the walls, right? All of the humidity is still inside of the walls, and it's still going to be there. They're not going to remove it. It's just going, we have to wait for it to dissipate or like evaporate. And I suspect that the electricity is tied to that humidity because it like the timing matches, but I don't know. So basically the owner of the apartment is going to come this weekend, I think, to check the work, and I guess we're going to talk about that and see what we can do. To be honest, I didn't try to put the lights on in the bathroom, because when I do, the breaker breaks, and so everything is like not powered. So I wanted to avoid that. Hey, Fruit Superman. So yeah, it's not amazing. Okay, ghost particles, we do that. Detection box, enable. We don't need a detection box, right? We don't need that. Player allowed to dash, false. That's quite the opposite, in fact. Player is not allowed to dash. The speed component is the speed that we define. I don't think we touch the speed in here, and we shake a bit. Feels like the water is touching some context or something scary. I think that's what I would think, right? That's what I would think. Because if you look at the timeline, it's the neighbor, the downstairs neighbor is telling us, hey, you have a leak. We realize that there is a leak. As the weeks pass by, we understand that the leak is much bigger than we thought. The neighbor that is next to us also is feeling humidity in the bathroom, probably coming from our leak. So now we understand that the leak is quite big. When the guy did the work in the bathroom to install the new pipes and stuff, he had to cut some of the wall, of course, to connect the shower to the new pipes, and he saw that the walls were quite humid, especially since the wool have some insulation inside, and so the insulation inside of the thing, right? The insulation was very humid. And so if the wires are not good enough, or they're old or whatever, maybe the humidity is enough to make the breaker pop. Which, to be honest, should not be the case. It should not be the case. Because if everything is done to code, normally the wires are going in a special cavity at a special spot and whatever. So it should not happen. But this is an old building. I mean old. It was created in like the 80s or something. So it's possible that we have some problems in that regard. And the timeline matches. The timeline matches. And also what tells me... No, I don't know, in fact. I don't know. Did you see an electrician came to... No, it was the plumber. Yeah, it was a plumber guy. It was a plumber. And also, look at that. Look at this way. When I put the lights on, if I remove all of the lights, right, the circuit is now open. The circuit is now open at the end, right? If I don't have the bulbs inside, the circuit is now open. So when I put the lights on, it should not trigger. And so if it's triggering, it might be because there's a short circuit earlier. You see what I mean? It still should trigger. Yeah, exactly. But because we have a problem in the wool. If the problem was with the appliance or with like the mirror that is like a light mirror or something, then removing the bulbs would be okay. But then I think that tells you that the problem is earlier in the chain, right? Like it's before we arrive at the lights. So it's probably that we have a problem with the wiring itself inside of the wool, which is not good. Because if the water is enough to trigger that, it means that the short circuit could also maybe create sparks and like create fire with the insulation or something. I don't know, but it's not good. It's not good indeed. Yeah. It's so easy when doing plumbing to create very small leak that will trickle water over time. Yeah, exactly. That's probably what happened. Allowed to dash is true again. The speed is the speed component max. That is good. We put the speed back. Blah, blah, blah. All of that is good. Slice the marked. This is not what we want to do. So we can remove that. Add mark. And on timer timeout, we deactivate. Okay, very good. Hitbox detected, blah blah blah, blah blah blue. Add mark to the grandpa. Use owner instead. Add a tiny value to avoid division by 0 if max speed is 0. Although I've seen some people work, sometimes they just don't care. For example, they pull out their drill and they just drill a hole not knowing if there's anything behind that. Well, yeah, could be a pipe, a wire, anything, don't care, they don't have the time. Yeah, I see, yeah. So thankfully the building has been created correctly, and so the pipes are usually going straight. Like it would be hard to actually hit something when creating a hole, right? When drilling a hole, it would be hard because supposedly the pipes and the wires are running at specific spots and stuff like that. But yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Especially if it's not their primary work, right? You can say that the plumber, his primary work is not creating holes and like, I don't know, maybe it is, but yeah. But honestly, he was working pretty well, I think. I was not watching him all the time, of course, but he was like taking his time and doing things properly. Like the end result is pretty good, I think. The end result is pretty good. I forgot to resub. Don't worry. I don't see the notification though. I see that you have the badge, but I didn't get any notification anywhere. That's weird. I don't see the notification either. Sometimes you have to F5. Sometimes you have to F5 and it's going to tell you that you can share. Yeah. Test. Thank you for the sub. 3 months in a row. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. Okay, guys. So how do we do that? How do we do that? I think we need to understand how to do that. Do we have in here something that tells us the dash max bounces dash dash region dash duration dash region? I think we can modify that. Dash region, right? Do a var previous dash region float. When we activate, ooh, but we have a time scale that has been multiplied, so maybe the dash region is not going to apply the same way. Fuck. I didn't think about that. But we'll see. Player dash region is going to go in previous dash region, and then I'm going to make the player dash region incredibly small, like 0.05 or something. The dash is 0.1, I think. So if we make it smaller, we can dash basically infinitely. And so that's good. Player dash region. Okay. Maybe we should try just that. Maybe we should try just that. Okay, let's go into the ship. Script ship. No. What? I want to go into resources. Where are my resources? Ships. Dasher. I'm going to enable the dasher. What? Why am I not seeing? The fuck? Why am I not seeing the dasher in here? The fuck is wrong with you? What? Godot, are you drunk? I want to see what's inside. What the fuck is wrong with you? What time is it? It's 3:38. Dasher, why? What is happening? What the fuck is happening? You see what I mean? I'm not able to... I don't have any error message, but I'm also not able to look at those. Dasher.tres, it's not showing me the values. Resources, right? Use resources, they say. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, sure, it's amazing. If it was an array, I would do it, like, instantly. The fuck is going on? The fuck is going on? What can I do? Seriously, what can I do? I just relaunched Godot. I didn't touch it. I was able to modify it earlier and now I'm not able to. I don't like that. I don't like that. So let's modify it like this, because I don't know. Demo locked on the dasher. I'm going to say demo locked on the dasher. I'm going to say false, right? And the ultimate is not going to be mark and slice. It's going to be auto dash. Ultimate auto dash. Ultimate auto dash. I hope it's going to work. That Godot is going to take that into account. What the fuck is going on though? What the fuck is going on? So I should be able, with this auto dash, I should be able to just dash as much as I want. Right? Player allowed to dash. Don't tell me I've made some modification in here. Don't tell me I was doing the modification in mark and slice. I was. Fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Okay, so mark and slice, we definitely remove that. Fuck. I'm so stupid. And we also use the multiplier, again, time multiplier. Probably not. I don't know. I really don't know. But do we really want to know? Not sure. Do we want to know that? Not sure. Bum bum bum, ba-dum bum bum bum, ba-dum bum bum bum, bum bum, ba-dum bum. Hey, I wonder, since you're French, do you know there's a Trello out there about upcoming EA French-made games? I do. I doodly do. I doodly do. It's made by Indéprimé, right? Or not? Ah, you're not showing me the same thing. Oh, French-made games. Ah. I was aware of this one. I was aware of this one. Fuck. It's made by Indéprimé. This one. But you're showing me this one. French games. Interesting. This looks cool. This looks cool. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for... Oh, Lava Loop. I know this guy. Oh, Last Moon. I know this one. Okay, cool. Cool stuff. I know this one. Which is not doing... Hyperlight Breakers is releasing on the 14th. Holy shit. Holy shit, I was not aware of that. But this one doesn't care about French or not. It's just all of the games. Cruel, I bought Cruel actually yesterday. I want to play it. Maybe at the end of the stream. It's made by someone with Godot. It's actually pretty cool. So Hyperlight Breaker is releasing tomorrow, right? In 4 days. Enter the Overgrowth, a new realm in the world of Hyperlight. Play along or with friends to explore open worlds, create new builds, rip through hordes, and overcome the crowns and the Abyss King. Early access, action-adventure RPG. Okay. It looks cool, but I'm not sure I would love something like that. How much is it going to cost, in your opinion? What is going to be the price of that game? What is going to be the price of that game? How much was Hyperlight Drifter? Hyperlight Drifter was 15. Solar Ash was 37. Holy fucking shit. It's going to be 40, right? It's going to be 40 euros. Yeah, it's going to be 40 at least. At least 40. Cool. Solar Ash is actually really cool. I need to finish it. I have it on the Game Pass. I started it, but I stopped. And I'm not able to stream my computer because the Wi-Fi got shit, so I need to wire it. But yeah, Hyperlight Breaker, okay. Cruel, really cool. If you are into like fast-paced FPS, it's made with Godot. It looks super fun. I bought it yesterday. It's only like 10 euros or something. It looks really cool. It looks like what the thing about Foot Angerfoot. It looks like that, right? Angerfoot was really promising when I played the Jam version, and then I played the demo recently, and I was slightly underwhelmed. Like, the game was not that good. I feel like it doesn't go that fast. You see, it's the same idea, right? You go fast, you kill things, and you hit them with your weapon, and yeah, it's fun. And this one, it looks like that. It looks like it's the same idea, but I don't know. It looks better. It looks more fun, in my opinion. More fast, more dynamic. Angerfoot was in fact quite slow in some ways, but it did very well. It did very, very well. It's not super cheap, right? Interesting. It released in 2024. It released... What the fuck? It released in July 2024. And in December, it was already at 40% off? What? Crazy. I wonder, do you know how to get into Trello? You shared earlier, please. I think you can contact them. You can easily contact them. The guy is indéprimé. Sometimes they're here in the stream. I don't know how you will like that. Maybe you can contact them, but also I think they're doing it themselves. Like, they're going through the things and adding the games themselves. But if you are not inside, if you are not in the Trello, maybe you can just ask them to be added. I'm not exactly sure, but it doesn't hurt to try, right? Let's put that somewhere in here. So what is this? I clicked on it because I found the thing interesting. Okay, it's like a... yeah. Puzzly platformer. Anyway. So for some reason... oh, now look at it. Now look at it. I'm able to access those again. Fuck. Ulti. Dash. Ulti. Auto dash. So let's try the ultimate. Let's see if it works. But I think I didn't finish removing the things. Add mark. Yes. On hitbox detected. Add mark. Grandpa. Marked. I don't want you to be marked, I think. Or maybe I want you to be marked. But I don't want to slice the marked. And I can remove that. Okay. So theoretically, this one is not there anymore. I can charge my ultimate. I can try my ultimate. I should not be marking them, but okay. I forgot to try something. Okay, I'm able to dash as much as I want. I'm able to dash as much as I want. The problem is that we didn't put it back. Right? We still have the ability to modify the dash as much as we want. This is not great. Peacebreaker, thank you so much for the 20 month. How is it going? Peacebreaker, Happy New Year. Welcome to 2025. The year of success. Who am I kidding? The year of many games released. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? I need to do a quick break. I have a call from my mom. See you in 2 minutes, okay? I'm clearly superior as a developer than anyone anywhere. Incredible. Incredi-fucking-bull. Are you ready? Ta, 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 ta. Let's fucking go. No, why? 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 Why again? Zoom out. Zoom out. Where is the other one? I want my money back. I'm not joining anymore. The knowledge was redeemed. So, congruence in geometry. Are you ready for that? In geometry, two figures or objects are congruent if they have the same shape and size, or if one has the same shape and size as the mirror image of the other. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's see how it looks. I don't see where this is coming from. I don't see where this is coming from. You see what I mean? And now it's not doing that anymore. What the fuck? Oh, Godot, Godota, Godot, 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 Godot. Gueule is not mouth though. How do you call it in English? I don't think you can say that in English. Because gueule is normally for animals. Originally, when you say gueule, happy to help. Happy to fucking help. I am happy to fucking help. I am happy to fucking help. Happy to fucking help. What do you think? I am happy to what? To fucking help. I am happy to fucking what? To fucking help. Fucking fuck. Happy to help. Who? Happy to help what? What do you mean happy to help? What do you mean happy to help? You didn't do anything. Are you going to take the things even though you didn't do anything? Are you like that? Are you going to do that? You can't. Oh yeah. Ooh, yeah. Oh, oh, wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. Can you fucking shut up? Can you fucking shut up? Wow. Okay, the brain is going to struggle a lot with that. The brain is definitely going to struggle. Hey! Puret, thank you for the sub. I missed it. Thank you for the sub. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted sub to Tsunami. Let's go. You will enjoy no ads. It's not crunch. It's not crunch if you're having a good time. Qu'est-ce que tu dis, Michel? Je comprends pas là. T'es en train de me dire que tu me quittes? Après tout ce qu'on a vécu, après tout ce que j'ai fait pour toi? Maintenant tu me quittes? C'est pas possible ça, Michel. Tu peux pas faire ça. Je suis blessé. If you want to go in between the keyframes, depending on the snapping that you have, you don't have to change the snapping. You can just start dragging and then hold shift, and then you can go with a smaller granularity, which is pretty cool. That way you don't need to change the thing all the time. So boop, boop, boop. What's happening? I'm lagging. Okay. And now what you can do is automate my standing desk, because at the moment I have to hold the button. So I want to use a simple thingy to do that. Fuck, my light fell. Sorry. Congrats. Huge congrats to Daniel Mullins. Huge congrats. I'm going to follow you, of course, because I want to see what you're doing. What are you usually doing? Bloop, keep it alive. Sacrifices must be made. It looks like... Okay, what? Okay, what? What? Okay. Okay. Okay, I think I understand. That explains a lot. It makes sense. Okay. Like, hey, I'm just looking. Okay? Do you have any colors? I'm looking at that. Do you have any colors? Do you? And the first thing we do is we create indices. Ha! Ha! You didn't think about that. We are sending the total multiplier No, of course you can't do that. The modulate is not being used. The modulate is not being used. Because by default, when there's a shader and go to 4, the modulate is not used. The fucking modulate is not used. Sorry about that. Maybe I'll done with the shader by then. You can share it on Discord. Okay, so there's no music, so I will do the music myself. Two. Are you ready? Let's go. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it only visual stuff? It's not working. We have a problem. Okay. Let's stop everything. Alternative control. Alternative control. I'm going to take that player control and I'm going to put it right there in the fucking middle. Right there in the fucking middle. Boom. I put it right there. And every time you're checking the button, welcome back. Hi, Momiptic. I'm sure by the time he gets back, my meeting have started. Catch you guys later if you're still on after the meeting. Oh, sorry, Peacebreaker. Sorry about that. Oh, I forgot the ads during the break. Or is it automatic? No, it's not. I forgot the ads. Sorry, I'm launching the ads right now. That wait, removes the pre-rolls. Removing the pre-rolls, you guys. Okay, when we deactivate in here, we put the regen back to the value that it was, which is this. At least we missed discussion about us. US. Yeah, you're right. So when we do that, we add a mark. I don't want to add a mark anymore, right? In here. On hitbox detected, I don't want to do all of that, in fact. I just want to return. Okay? So now, what I want... Let me think. The behavior... Maybe the behavior of that ultimate is not super interesting. Ha. Do you have an idea for an ultimate that would be about the dash? Because right now what I'm thinking is that you automatically dash. So basically, you have an enemy in here, etc., etc. When you press dash, it dashes towards the closest enemy. And then it dashes towards the next, etc. And so basically by keeping pressing, like you keep pressing dash, and it kills the enemies automatically. But how do I do that? How do I do that? I implemented my quick fix. I store the time since last frame as the current time. Then in my long running loop, I get the current time, and if more than 16 milliseconds elapsed, I await get tripping. It works like a charm. Okay, nice. So now you have something that shows you the time, right? Pretty cool. That shows you the progress, I mean, behind your loading screen. Okay, cool. And how long does it take? How long does it take to create all of those cards? Wow. And what exact? A few seconds on my old, and a few seconds. Wow. So is it really the object creation that is taking a lot of time, or are you running some special code? A bit more than a second on my MacBook Pro. I'm really surprised because it feels like it shouldn't take that long. It's the instantiation, I'd say. Yeah, but what are you doing inside of the card? Like, are you in the ready function? Are you like doing something? Are you like doing some calculation or whatever? It seems quite long for spawning 1,000 things. I'll double check. Yeah, it seems long, but I don't know. So what do I do? This is much harder than I thought, this ultimate. Because what do I do when I start a dash? How is my dash? My dash is just using the transform, right? So what I could do is constantly orient, activate, deactivate, add mark. Okay, so in physics process, pass in here, you would have set physics process to false, and when you activate, you do a bunch of stuff, but you do set physics process to true, and then in here you deactivate, you do false. Okay, that would be one thing. And then in the physics process, orient the player towards the next target. So basically we want to do a look at. We want to do a look at. A look at next target, right? We need to know when to switch to the next target. This could be complicated. This could be more complicated than you think. This could be more complicated than you think. Maybe you don't think anything, but it can be more complicated than I think then. Because how do you know that your target is dead? It depends on many things. It depends what is the target, etc., etc. So, yes. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. But we can think about that later, okay? So let's have a next target. Let's have a next target, shall we? And let's say that it's full. No, it's no. Oh, fuck. Fucking cat. It takes 645 milliseconds to instantiate the 1,000 cards, and then 30 milliseconds more to add them to the scene and resize them. Okay, interesting. But what I'm trying to say is, like, if you're trying to instantiate 1,000 sprites, it's going to be much smaller, much faster, right? How you said when you added the viewport, it was much slower to add the cards. Is that true? Five sprites in the sub viewport. Going to measure the ready from the card now. Yeah. So next target. If the next target is if you don't have a target, you can do compute next target. Okay, activate, deactivate, we can put it in here. Found compute next target, which is going to return a node 2D, at least. I'll drill down the ready to see if there's anything dodgy. Per card, so that's 5k sprites total. Yeah, okay. Yeah. It could return null. It could return null if... So I don't know what it's going to return. I don't know what it's going to return, in fact. Because it could return null if we don't have anything. Also, I guess the easiest for me is to have a huge... Because I think the enemies are inside of a group, right? They are inside of enemies. But do I want the ultimate to check only for enemies, or do I want to look for a bunch of things? I don't know. I could start with that. Get nodes in group enemies. Var enemies. It's an array. If empty, if enemies empty, you can return null. You can return null. Otherwise, you're going to go through the enemies and grab the closest. If not, no more targets. On my old Android device, it takes respectively 3,000 milliseconds to instantiate the card, and then roughly 200 milliseconds more to add them to the scene. That's so fucking slow. That's so fucking slow. It takes nearly 10 times more to start to add them. That's crazy. But do you really have a level with 1,000 cards? How does that play? You have 1,000 cards displayed on screen? possible the slowness comes from something I read was slow. Get viewport physics object begin. Yep. Could even have more kinds than that. Okay, okay. Wow, okay. Yeah, the problem is the moment you have a lot of objects, you face entirely new problems, and you have to rethink about everything that you do. For example, instead of having a script per object, it makes way more sense to have one object be like a manager and loop through all of the objects. It can in fact be way faster than having the overhead of having every object run its own script. So you run into many more problems when you have a lot of objects on screen, and it's not fun. At least I don't find it fun. I'm thinking about that too, changing the scripts to run elsewhere than in each card. Yeah. But before doing things like that, make sure that you measure stuff, because that could be insignificant depending on what you do, right? I'm loving it, I'm learning. Yeah, of course. If your goal is to, you're having fun. The thing is, imagine you're trying to make that game with a lot of objects, and now you realize that you're going to be facing many problems constantly. It gets in the way of actually making the game, and now you're solving problems and solving performance issues instead of making the game. I don't find that fun. But it's always a question of, are you aligned with what you're doing or not? If you're aligned, if it's cool, why not? Could slow me down and stop me from working on it. Yeah. Okay. So var min dist float. We start with a very, very small distance. That way we are going to have no problem. So for enemy in enemies, if enemy global position distance to what? To our global position is inferior than the minimum distance, you can put that minimum distance in here. And you can put the target. Do I have the target? Var target. It's null. And so in here, I return the target. Target is equal to enemy. Min dist isn't declared. Okay. That's where being old and experienced helps me be aware of those issues. Yeah. Compute the next target. So you compute the next target. If you don't have any more targets, you return. Player look at the next target. Do you think it will work? And so in here, mark the target. So in here, we can do add mark to the target. Next target. Am I going to re-add? If you don't have the target, you look at the... Okay, now we need to know how to... We need to know... Because we're only doing that to enemies, we know when enemies are going to get killed, right? Let me check. Enemies tell you when they are sliced. So... in here... we could say next target connect sliced self on next target sliced, and we could react to that. Is that what I want? Sliced who? What? What do you mean sliced who? Ah, you're passing yourself. Okay, sliced. Enemy. And so in here, we could say next target is equal to null, right? The target enemy has been sliced. We need to compute another one. Let's try. Let's try, shall we? Let's try. Let's try. See if it works. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does. Maybe dudley doodloo. Nobody knows. I need to grab this one. I need to go in here. Charge the ultimate. Skibbity bop. Uh-huh. It didn't work at all. Player, look at the next target. Haha. Skibbity toilet. It didn't work, guys. What do you think? Why do you think it's the case? Double check. There doesn't seem to be any weird in my card ready function. Huh, okay. You're not doing anything specific, right? You're not running some code that is like doing procedural stuff. It's just that you're instancing a lot of objects. Incrementing everything since yeah, okay. Yeah, I think you're right. It might just be that you're realistically, because you're instancing so many objects, it's just slow. This turns into Pandora. Just because you were absent, so I had to find someone new. Ah, I know Pandora. I know Pandora from afar. I don't watch, but I know the name, yeah. I pulled up the Skibbity toilet and hit them with that unspoken Ohio Rizzler energy, no cap. They were like, sheesh, man, got the Giga Riz. And I just hit the gritty like it's light work. For real, the vibe was bussin'. Certified W moment. Oh my god. Instancing a lot of objects, and for each card 5 sprites, 3 of them are modulated. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. So it computes the next target. The target is null. Oh, I'm stupid. Min distance should be huge. I'm stupid. I am stupid. I think I'm happy with the current stages. Yeah. So, yeah. The only other option that you might try, but in your case, I don't know if it would make a difference. It would be to use the visual server. Using the visual server to draw the sprites instead of drawing them through the object. But I'm not even sure that would be that interesting for you. Player, look at... You need to look at their global position, right? Am I right, fellas? I might be faster, but I'm not sure I'm interested, as you said. Yeah. I could also pre-compute all the textures which would help me get down from 5 to 2 sprites. Yeah, what are those textures? What are those textures? It's like a combination of like a background, an ornament, an inside, a pattern or something, right? Exactly. Which will also speed up the whole thing and improve my FPS. Do you think there would be a huge impact? You tried to like put 2 sprites instead of 5 to see if it makes a huge difference? I'm not sure it would make that huge of a difference, but maybe you're right. I tried. Okay. Border, background, pattern, and then shadow. Okay. Yeah. I guess at runtime you could generate all of the possibilities, and then you would have like 1 texture or 2. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Do you have anything? Oh, interesting. Also, it's like 4 to 7 FPS per sprite removed. What? Yeah. Okay. So you see, again, this is something you don't think about, because in reality, in a normal game, and when I say normal game, I mean a game where you're not displaying thousands of sprites on screen. In a normal game, you don't need to think about that, because adding or removing a sprite has no effect. It doesn't change anything. But then when you have 1,000 objects, it's different. That's why it's so much harder. Because now the smallest of thing is going to have a big impact. Do you have anything that is procedural? Do you have anything that is built in Godot, like a noise texture or a gradient texture? Do you have anything like that? Because those are incredibly slow. They get generated at runtime and they are incredibly slow. Not that I'm thinking of. Okay. Yeah, all of the textures that you're talking about are like sprites, right? Also, the size of the sprites can play a big role, I guess. If you have like huge sprites, maybe the size of the PNG is also a big impact. So the look at didn't work at all for some reason. Right? Look at that. What? Oh, I know why. Because the player overrides everything. No? Where do we check? Where do we change the rotation of the player? The player overrides that. Inside of the process function. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh, we are looking at the velocity. We are looking at the velocity. So my look at simple PNGs, 300 pixels. Yeah, okay, that's not that big. Oh, can you try something, Arcam? I'm sorry, I'm using you. If you don't want, no problem. I'm interested in seeing what is the impact of a PNG that is a power of 2. Because it's a common technique. It's a common technique that we tell people that circulates around on the internet, that if you have powers of 2s, it's going to be much more efficient, right? And I'm wondering if it's true or not. And because you have a game where you have a lot of objects, for example, if your PNG, instead of being 300 by 300, is like 256 by 256, do we see an impact? I'm wondering if it creates something, but then you would need to like re-export all of your assets to 256. That's not fun. I would need to modify my code in here to separate the input, reacting to the input and stuff like that, to be able to override this. I could give it a try, yes, but yeah, no fun. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. Do you have batching enabled also? Do you have batching enabled? I think it's enabled by default in God of 4. Because batching could help. Batching basically tries to limit the amount of draw calls that you have to do. But in your case, I don't know if it's that if that is a problem. Right? Batching will basically try to create a batch that will then be sent to the GPU instead of sending 1,000 draw calls for your 1,000 cards. It's going to send one draw call with 1,000 instructions inside, to put it simply. And batching is super efficient because of that. Because reducing the amount of draw calls can have a huge impact. And by default, it's enabled in Godot 4 and in Godot 3. In Godot 3, if you go into rendering, 9 patch mode, culling mode. The culling mode determines the method used for rejecting canvas items that are outside of a viewport. The visual results should be identical, but some modes may be faster. Okay. Batching. OpenGL. Batching stream. Legacy orphan streamers. I don't know if that's what I'm thinking about. Oh no, it's here. Batching. Use batching. Use multi-rect. Max join item comments. Flash batching. Diagnose frame. UV contract. So in here, I could fix it entirely, or I could add a velocity that is the player global position direction to the next target global position. Velocity isn't declared in the current scope. Player velocity. That I would do. Yeah, I would do that. So force the velocity to the correct direction with a small value to avoid the orientation of the player being overridden by the angle to velocity. No, angle by the orientation to velocity. Hurry it up. GPU optimization. Batching. I don't know if this is going to work, but we can try it. So basically my code constantly is trying to orient the player in the direction of the velocity. The real solution is to change the code of my player to make sure that I have access to different parts of the code. Like I can tell the player to stop caring for input, to stop like orienting itself or whatever. I should be able to do that. But in the meantime, what I can do is force a tiny velocity in the direction that I'm interested in. That way, the player will look at the correct orientation. That might work. And it would make it just a bit easier for me. So let's try. So it kind of worked. It worked, but it was weird, right? Did you see what happened? It was weird. Let's try again. I'm here. I do that. I orient myself correctly. I have the marking. This is weird. This is weird. Charge ultimate. Oh. 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 I'm fucking stupid. I'm fucking stupid. You know why I'm stupid? I'm forcing the velocity. No. I need a way to avoid doing that entirely. Because I'm forcing the velocity, of course. I'm forcing the velocity, guys. Come on. Think for a second. I'm forcing the velocity. So of course, it's not correct. Think about it. Think. I'm overriding the dash velocity basically by doing that. Not good. Not good. Okay. Simple enough. Let's not do that. Let's say when we activate, we are going to tell the player, rotate to velocity, and we are going to put it to false. And when we deactivate, we are going to say, hey, you should be rotating, my guy. You should fucking be rotating. You know what? Let's just rotate, okay? Just fucking rotate. Rotate to velocity, you do that. Camera rotation, I don't care. Oh, the rotation is here. No. So let's do... What? No, let's do skibbity bop. Let's do... If rotate to velocity, skibbity bop. If rotate to velocity, skibbity bop. Skibbity bop bop, I would even say. Skibbity bop bop. Skibbity bop bop. So that should be better. It seems to be the default by Godot. Yeah. It's the default. It's also the default in Godot 3, I think. Batching, because it's basically free. For you, the developer, it doesn't change anything, and it makes your game run faster, especially if you have a bunch of instances. So I think there's no reason to not do it. Player look at previously freed instance. Next target is equal to null. Attempt to get connect signal. It's already connected to a given method. Ah bon? Ah bon? Ah bon? Ah bon? Ah! Ah bah je pensais pas. Putain de merde. Ah babiloba biloba 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 babiloba biloba biloba babiloba biloba biloba babiloba biloba biloba oh babiloba biloba biloba babiloba biloba biloba fuck. Let me check something else also. I feel like there's a problem. What time is it? It's 4:38, which is a good time to be alive. So let's go in here. Let's do charge ultimate. Let's do ultimate. And when we go in here, you see they are marked correctly above. They are marked correctly above. So why exactly is it not marked above? Let me check the mark and slice, how it's done. Add mark, grandpa. Ooh. We changed the Z index. How stupid is that? What are you thinking? Why are you doing that? Why are you changing the Z index? Oh, because it looks much better, right? That's why. Fuck. Let me check. Let me check if that's what I think. Let me check if that's what I think. Yes, okay, that's why. That's why. That's why. That is very skibbity. Unfortunately, that is very, very skibbity. You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? How am I going to deal with that? Very stylish. So I think there is something very simple. First of all, the grandpa. We are taking the grandpa, but we have the Z index directly, so we don't care about that. In here, whenever we want to add the mark, where is it? We add the mark the target. We can bump it up to see it. And what we can do, var target previous Z. It's an int. Let's default it to 0. So in here, we do next target Z index. We grab it, and if we have to deactivate, if we have a next target that has not been killed, we can simply grab that, put it in here. That way we reset. We also need to next target in here to do remove mark. And I think the simplest way for that is to keep track of it. So target mark. Let's say it's null. So whenever the target is set to null in here, we can set that to null also. Add mark could return. Is that a mark? Do we have a name for that? No, it's a sprite. Let's say it's a sprite. 2D mark. Extend sprite. What? Extend sprite? It's not called sprite 2D. It's called sprite. Really? Okay. And we are returning the instance. We are returning the instance, and so in here, whenever we add a mark, we can do var mark, and we can mark. We can grab that target mark is equal to mark. We could also put it directly in here, right? We could just do that. We don't need this target mark is equal to add biggie book. And when we want to remove, we can just do Q free. Yes, skibbity bop. Very, very skibbity. On parent sliced, disappear. Are we using the disappear in here? On parent sliced, you disappear. Free, bool, false. If free, tween callback, Q free. Right? Let's call it shoot free. Expected at least 2, because you need to self Q free. Disappear. By default, it's false. And so in here, instead of queuing free directly, I can disappear. Yes? That is good. That is good. That is good. Now... Oh, you know what? You know what? We have a problem. When we are computing the next target, it's highly possible, if we are killing multiple objects at the same time, it's possible that we select the next object and it's getting killed at the same time. So we need to check if it's being sliced or not. So in here, if the enemy sliced or enemy... where do we check is queued for deletion? We continue. Something like that. Is it enough? Expected at most 0. Let's see if it works. Na 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 na. Wow, my Hyperslice playtest has been approved. My page, but the demo page has not been approved. Simply because the demo is covering the text, so I need to change that. Fuck. Boo 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 boo. Boo boom, boo boom, boom, boo boom, boo boom, boo boom, boom, boo boom. Your store page has failed our review because the capsule image have the product name obscured by the demo banner. It is important for capsule images to have a clear logo on product name because they appear in many places throughout the Steam store that may also display your product's name. Please update the following capsule images: header capsule, header image, small capsule. Header capsule and small... What? I will do that. I will do that. It's okay. It's okay, Steam. You want me to change? I will. Just because it's you. Look at that. Look at that. Are you ready? Skibbity bop. Oh. Invalid get indexed sliced. For fuck's sake. Of course. The enemy itself. Enemy base has no idea if it's sliced or not. We could have it. Bull, false. We could have it. That way, whenever we do that, we could do sliced is equal to true. Skibbity bop. Ka poo poo cha. Cha poo poo cha. Cha poo poo cha. Poo cha poo poo cha. Poo cha poo poo cha. Play test. Registration. Don't forget to go on the Steam page and register to the play test, to the play test, to the play test. Follow the link. It's on the... Oh, that's pretty cool. Charge ulti. Charge ulti. Look at that. The problem is that we take damage. The problem is that we take damage. That is very frustrating. Problem is that we take damage. We should be invincible during that time, right? We should be invincible. 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 Header.jpg and capsule. Small capsule. Header image. Header image and small capsule. What is header? Header image. Is that the header image? It could also be the library header. It's the same. And the small capsule. Oh, because there's the demo stuff. How do I know? How do I look at that? Can someone give me a demo? Maybe I can find it in here. How do you check for demos? Very easily. Or maybe on if I look for that on Steam, it will tell me. Steam assets demo. Do 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 Ah, perfect. Boom 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 boom. Look at that. Is this the size of the capsule? Yeah, it's the size of the capsule, right? It's the size of the capsule. It's always going to give me the... Maybe not. Maybe this is the small capsule. Maybe I was able to see it and I didn't check on Steamworks. Maybe I was able to see it. What do you think? Sorry, I'm doing a small store page not live Hyperslice demo. Let me check if I can see it or not. Warning, your specified release date is less than 3 weeks away. Submit your build for review to ensure you can release on time. Whoa, 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 calm down. Can you fucking calm down, you fucker? Ah, yes, I can see. Your store presence. Where can I check the store page? Edit the store page? View store page. Ah, it doesn't... View in beta mode. Preview your store page. What? It didn't work at all. Hyperslice. Yeah, it didn't work. But maybe I do specific art for the demo with that in mind. It's a shame that they're not showing you exactly... Right? It's a shame that they're not showing you exactly what is happening. I don't see the store. When I put in beta mode, it doesn't show me anything. Edit store page. It doesn't show me anything. Fuck. It's a bit problematic. But you can see it in here. Look at my capsule. You can see that my capsule is being some of it is being removed. I would need to see that on... Oh, but this is the small capsule. This is perfect. This is what I needed, in fact. This is what I needed. How stupid. How stupid I am. Right. Look at that. This is what it looks like. And this is the same thing as this. Probably. Can you align? So you see, it's basically covering. They should show you that. There's no reason to not show you this. It's basically covering this part. Without the stroke. But because I didn't, I've been stupid. You have to think about that, basically. For the demo, it's as if that was demo, right? As if this was removed. You can put it in red. That's useful to know. All right. That's useful. So now I can check. Good. Give me a second. But I will do that change later. That's okay. I will do it later, but it's interesting to know. Okay, so now we know that the object is sliced. We changed it. We can do that. We can remove that. So I think it should work. Now, let's see. Hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. Ski-biddy bop. Let's see. Tack. Stack. Tack. Tack. Okay. That's pretty cool. The only problem is that we have a bunch of visuals that are kind of hiding everything. We don't really see what we're doing. And also it lasts so little. It's like super fast. It should probably last for longer, like at least 5 seconds, I guess. And also we should be invincible. We should be invincible during that. I was not expecting this to take that long, to be honest. I need to kill this. I was expecting it to be much easier. Show the time left during ultimate. Yeah, okay. Dasher ultimate, change name in res. Yeah, we need to change the name in res. Push boss, and I didn't work on the push boss, for fuck's sake. In here, I will say... invincible. Render invincible. In fact, what we should probably do is have, again, a bunch of ways to change that. So in here, for example, we could say var invincible bool false, and when you are invincible, it means that when you start the dash, remove the mask for the walls, own layer, and obstacle layer. Hitbox, hurtbox, disable. If invincible, you don't touch that. If not invincible, you touch that. Right? If you're not invincible, you touch that. And the next time when you stop, post dash invincibility. Post dash invincibility. Basically, if you are not invincible, you do that. Otherwise, you don't touch. Used by ultimates. No. Invincible set by ultimates. Right. I think this is the easiest way. And so when we activate player invincible true, that way we don't have to care about that. And when we reactivate invincible false, and we re-enable the hurt boxes, because basically those hurt boxes, yeah, they are being, they should not be activated, and the dash is reactivating them basically. Beep boop beep booty boop beep beep booty boo beep booty booty boop beep beep booty boom beep booty 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 boom 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 boom. Be do 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 da do be dee dee ba dee boom be dee da boo doo boom. Okay, hurt boxes, blah blah blah. Let's see if that works. I think I'm done. The only problem, I guess, is all of the effects that are like visually a bit hard to parse. Charge ultimate. Okay, that's pretty cool. It didn't grab. For some reason, it didn't kill it. But okay. Look at that. That's freaking cool. That's really a really cool ultimate. That's a really cool ultimate. It stays on for not enough time. You want to be in that ultimate mode for much longer. But it's really cool. That's fucking cool. That's fucking cool, but this ultimate should stay on for much longer. Oh, it's the mark and slice that I changed. What was mark and slice before? I made some mistakes again. And I changed at the wrong spot. Right? Allowed to dash. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Let me check what I did. Do I have, yeah, mark and slice. Mark and slice .gd. Time multiplier, that's good, that's good. And the duration was 2.5, and in here, the duration was 3. So you mark and slice, you have 3 seconds to mark and slice. Maybe we can be a bit more generous, I don't know. 3 seconds is okay. But this is not enough. We double the time. For sure. We have a very cool ultimate. I'm much more happy with that. We have ultimates that are based around the dash, which I think makes more sense. So I think I like that. I'm happy. I'm happy. Let's see. Have a bunch of enemies, you have your ultimate, you enable it, and then that was cool. That's freaking cool. Beep, boop. Very cool. Gem drops, I don't care. Okay. I guess the targeting, the only thing that we should make sure is that the targeting doesn't target something that didn't appear yet. Right now it's doing that, so it's targeting the next function. And I don't like that very much. So I think if we look at enemy based, we have a way to know that they appeared or not appeared. Yes. So in the ultimate mark and slice, when we want to choose an object, not in the mark and slice, sorry, in here, when we want to choose the next target, if the enemy is sliced, or the enemy is queued for deletion, or the enemy has not appeared yet, we don't want to select it yet, because there's no point in trying to kill it, right? And it will look less weird for the player. I'm just going to play a bit. That way we arrive at waves where we have more enemies, okay? fucking satisfying. Really, really satisfying. Really satisfying. The only thing I think is that the wave when we are killing something is when we are dashing is way too distracting. I've been wanting to remove it for a while. But ring particles, this is okay. Shockwave, radial blur. I'm wondering if I'm removing all of them or not. So in here I removed the shockwave. It's already much easier to see what's going on. And maybe we can only have it when we do a kill. I don't know. Maybe not. And so supposedly, should be much easier to see what's going on. Fuck. That's not what I wanted to do. No. Come on, give me back my window. Yes. Quick retry. Much easier if I'm here and I do that. Yeah, okay. So the radial blur is too much, but it's not that problematic when we are playing. I feel like the radial blur is okay, right? So maybe we disable it only when we are doing the ultimate. I think it's okay in here. You see how it creates like this sense of speed? I don't know. I think it's okay. The shockwave was probably too much. It's discussable. We can talk about that. We can talk about that, but I think what we can do is we can honestly really simply have like if ultimating if not ultimating, we do that, right? I'm thinking why not? Why not just have a bunch of thingies telling us what we are currently doing, and so that way we can change very easily the behavior. So in here, player ultimating is equal to false, and then at the top of this, player ultimating is equal to true. Why not? Why not? I don't see it as a problem. And so now I think it's going to look way easier, going to be way easier to parse what we're looking at, because we're not going to have any special screen effect. Let's see. Fuck, I clicked on the wrong thingy. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we are kind of... Maybe I can think about other effects to add later on, because it's kind of missing something now. But holy shit, yes. This is amazing. This is exactly what I was thinking. That's Very cool. Lovely, 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 lovely. Lovely. I think it's good for now, so let's stop in here. Let's stop that. I'm gonna do a quick break, and we are going to finish for like 45 minutes or something before I need to go. The dasher. So what did I do in here? All of that is to change the ultimate, right? Ultimate auto dash and remove shockwave during dash, remove dash effects in ultimate. Pretty happy about that. Pretty happy about that. Okay, small break, and I'm back in 2 minutes. See you. I will write there. That way I'm closer to the screen. I can see you. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. But then I'm not at the right spot. I should go away. I should definitely go away. I died. Everyone died at the same time? What happened? I just shut myself out. Okay, so... Yeah, okay. The names are the same, and I'm running different windows with the same names, so it's having a bit of trouble capturing the right window, but otherwise it works fine. And you can see my input working. So that's pretty cool. Do you see the problem? Do you see the problem? The modulate is not being used. The modulate is not being used. Because by default, when there's a shader and go to 4, the modulate is not used. The fucking modulate is not used. Sorry about that. Okay, so there's no music, so I will do the music myself. Two. Are you ready? Two. Let's go. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it only visual stuff? It's not working. We have a problem. Okay. Let's stop everything. So if Collider... hey! Joker went. How you doing? Hello. I saw you yesterday on Ato's stream. Good enough. Let's go. Nice. You can enter the goal, sorry. Oh. That wasn't expected. That was a nice move, actually. Holy shit. That is stressful. Holy fuck. Maybe the ray should be way bigger. Should be 10,000 that way. Oh, it's not enabled. It's not fucking enabled. Can you do focus on my face camera, please? It's not fucking enabled. What? Yes. It's not enabled. Okay. We have that. The last thing that I would need to do to make sure that it works is change the name. Hyperslice. The dasher is called ulti. Thank you for the transformation, Arcan. Thank you for the transformation. Really, I appreciate it. This was needed. Ulti, crazy, mark and slice, auto dash. Auto dash. This is a bad name. Auto dash. This is a bad name, but it's okay. At least we have something. Ulti auto dash. Auto dash. Boop. Da 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 da. Do I want to replace it? Yes. Okay. Very cool. Thank you for that transformation. I could 1300. I could just take that as an inspo. Store assets. I could just duplicate that shit. Do I do that right now instead of working on the boss? Maybe. What do you think? Hey Mike, how are you doing, Mike? How are you freaking doing? So to avoid the demo, right? To avoid the demo, I can call it header capsule demo. I could just do that. Hyperslice. Do I simply do this or not? Do I just do that? And do I put a special demo somewhere? Like the same way Straftat did. I put a demo. I'm not sure it's going to be that useful. Right? Corporate life sucks. Ready for retirement. Oh, that's true. I forgot you started. How is it? So apparently it's not good. Ready for retirement. Poor Mike. Oh fuck, I forgot to launch the ads. I'm launching the ads right now. To remove the pre-rolls, guys. To remove the pre-rolls. Don't worry. I will move that and move that in here. Small capsule. And I'm going to call it small capsule demo again. Messy, there's no onboarding guide, so I'm just free to browse the shitty docs and learn by myself. Oh my god. I know that so well. This is very frustrating. You spend a lot of time. At least it's similar to what we do in game dev, right? But yeah, I feel your pain. So for this one, I'm simply going to grab the group in here and I'm going to reduce it slightly, like Hyperslice. Now we can see, so this is good. And do I grab this demo stuff and like put it in here? I'm not sure. Do you think it's good? Do you think as a player, do you like that the capsule is reflecting that it's a demo or not? Maybe it's good, right? If you did that demo tag in the bottom right instead, you would need to resize the logo. I don't choose where this is. This is why I put it in here. The demo tag that you see in here, this is not mine. It's just to see where I need to avoid putting my logo. Oui? I give some food. Does the team add that? Yeah, like this. They do that. They put that little banner in here and in here. I just recreated it with SVG. That way I can place it over my stuff and see if it see how much space I need to not use. So this was the previous one, and as you can see with the previous one, if you place the demo in here, it collides, and so that's why they don't like it. Same thing for this. But I think it's okay, I will just do that. That being said, I think I want to do the same way that they added demo in here. I think I like that. Do I put it in the middle like this? Hyperslice demo? That way people can easily see that it's a demo. Otherwise, what happens when you look at your Steam page? I mean, there's the banner on top of it, right? There's the banner on top of it, but do you have a game in mind? I mean, Straftat will have. If you do a search like that, but there's no demo in here, so it doesn't help, right? It doesn't help. Do I recommend? Yes. Shoot. Do you have in mind a game that has a demo? Wild Cosmos maybe has a demo? No. Sectori has a demo. So you see, okay, that's why they added the banner, right? So that way when you browse, you can see Sectori and you can see Sectori demo, and you can see that there is a demo in here, that there is a demo with the banner. So maybe adding it to the name is not that useful. Same thing in here, you can see the banner is added at the top left, so you can see it's a demo. If you go on your demos, you can clearly see that this is a demo. It's clearly labeled. So adding demo on top of it, is it useful? Maybe it's useful on the Steam Deck. Let me check. Maybe it's useful on the Steam Deck. How does it look? Do I have something that is a demo? I don't know. Oh, okay. On the Steam Deck, you don't see. On the Steam Deck, you don't see. That's interesting. Because I have a collection which is for demos, and I don't see it. That's interesting. You see it. You don't see it in the library. You don't see it in the library, but you see it when you click on the stuff. When you click on the thing. Demos. Thank you for that. You see Cairn demo? They're just adding a demo name below it. Why not? Why not? Give me a second. So yeah, adding it, why not? Why not? Why not? It doesn't cost me a lot, and it makes it slightly more clear. Do I make it aligned with this? Maybe. In here it's very ugly. Maybe centered was okay. Hyperslice demo. Why not? Why not, you know? Why not? Do I keep it like that? Very simple? Maybe. What is my font in here? It's not a font anymore, it's motor block. It's motor block. Do I change that to be motor block? Motor block. Maybe. Maybe. Demo. And you would have the demo in here. Maybe it's less weird. Slightly smaller though. Yeah, why not? Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with that. You know what? Let's go with that. I will remove this. And I will remove this. Let's go with that. I'm okay. I'm okay with this. Header. Steam. Store. This is what? This is the header. Header capsule. Demo. And this is the small capsule. And this is the small capsule. Small capsule. Demo. Yes. Let's go. Let me do it really quickly, that way I can send it. Header image and small capsule. Basic info, graphical assets. It's fucking hot in here. Game dev. Games. Hyperslice. Assets. Steam. Store. Did I do that, but elsewhere? Game dev. Hyperslice. Hyperslice. Assets. Steam. Store. Header capsule. Oh, I put it in here. Why the fuck? Header capsule. Yes. And small capsule. Header capsule and small capsule. Upload. Beautiful. Look at that. Beautiful. Hyperslice demo. The main capsule, they didn't say anything, so I guess it's not colliding with it, so it's fine. So let's go. Publish. Publish. Yeah, I don't need to do anything, sorry. I don't need to publish. I can mark ready for review. I modified the 2 capsules to avoid the demo banner cropping the title. Boop. And I marked it for review. Very efficient. it's marked as ready for review. Thank you guys for being here to my TED Talk. That was pretty efficient. I just marked a review for review on the app and Play Store. Let's go. Congrats. Congrats. With the optimization. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Exciting stuff. Okay. It is 7:45. Change the name in res. It is done. So the Dasher Ultimate is done, guys. The Dasher Ultimate is done. I'm pretty happy about that. So I don't have a lot of time. But we can go. Congrats to you too. Thank you. Don't hesitate to subscribe to the playtest, to join the playtest, and you will be notified when I'm running the playtest if you want to help. That could be pretty cool. So that works. This is very nice. Now what I want is to launch the boss push test. So let's take a look at the boss push. I don't remember how it's playing. I have an idea for the next game. I just don't know when I'm going to be motivated to abandon my current game and start working on the new prototype. Ooh. I would say do it now. Do it now. No, I don't know. No, honestly, I understand. I think there's a big benefit in moving to a new project and be done with it, right? Because with your current project, you could be doing stuff forever. Basically, you could be working on the game forever, constantly adding stuff, optimizing things here and there, whatever. And the more time you spend on it, I think the less you get in return. Whereas when you're going to work on a new project, you're going to work on new skills. You're going to be motivated and excited again about a new idea. I think it's worth it. Okay, so we have our boss. Remember, the boss is sending those things on you. And the only way you damage the boss is by sending things on it, like that. That we remember. I don't know if I like the fact that it's voids that he's sending at you. But why not? And then of course he would need to move and to be more interesting. And I think that is the first phase. I think that would be the first phase. Right? I still have Radiance to beat in my run of Hollow Knight. I don't know about that. I could play a few hundred games of Excel's Infinite. No. I mean, yes, you can play, of course, too. It's like a reward. You reward yourself. That is very true. That is very true. You could reward yourself. That's true. But yeah, definitely work on something else. You will like it. You will learn more stuff. It will be good for you. Are you going to kill me if I say that I never played Hollow Knight before? Are you going to kill me? I made some modifications on that shader. And the fact that I didn't save it is a big mistake. So let me go on the ship selection. I don't care. It's a very cool game though. Very hard. For me at least. Okay. Interesting. I need to save that shader. I need to save it as a shared shader. Effects. Waves. I call it waves, but it's not really waves, right? Because I have a waves shader. It's more like what is this? What is this? It's more like It's more like neurons. It's more like weirdly connected neurons. A plasma. Maybe more like a plasma. Right? It's not really a plasma, but you get the idea. Plasma. I might continue with 9 Souls next, but I've been told it's even more difficult. I think 9 Souls is more difficult in the sense that it's closer to a to a Dark Souls in the way you play. But I don't think there's that much Metroidvania, right? Whereas maybe Hollow Knight is difficult because of also the Metroidvania aspect of it. Like you have a bunch of things to explore, you can feel lost. I don't know if it's the same in 9 Souls. I had the feeling it was less Metroidvania and much more combat focused. Plasma, blue lava. Yeah, blue lava. So plasma, we have the plasma in here, and I'm going to put it in here. We can hide those that are not useful. The wave color is going to be this. Okay. So let's remove that. Let's create a new shader material. Let's load plasma. And change the color. What? Why am I not able to input the color the way I want? What the fuck is wrong with this? Hint color. Why? I don't have the X value in here. Have you ever seen that? I don't have the hex values. Like this. Hashtag, it's not here. Is it because I'm in raw mode? Maybe because the values are above 1. No? The fuck? Is it because I'm in raw mode? Yeah, okay. I was above 1. Okay. So I think it should fix the problems that we had earlier. So that's a good thing. It's very cool. It's a very cool ambience, but I don't know if we want that because it's going to be too similar to the ship select, right? And I don't know if we want that similarity. Maybe we do. I don't know. Need to think about it, but it's very cool. It looks very cool. And so on that boss, I need to work on a few things. Most notably, I'm thinking, should it spawn missiles? Spawning missiles would be amazing, no? Don't you think it would be amazing? Spawning missiles would be even more impressive because if you miss, it explodes on you. It would, right? Shit, it would. Okay, let's go then. Let's go then, and let's go on to... we have everything that we need, in fact, so I think it's even better if we just do that. Also, few things. I'm throwing a bunch of things, okay? Because I wanted to brainstorm today with you, and I don't think we're going to have time. What to do with the abilities? Right now, you have the ability to buy abilities from time to time, and recently we decided to put them on the buttons of the gamepad, right? Personally, when I play, I don't use the abilities, and I think I don't use them because they kind of get me out of the game in a way. They're kind of too distracting, and also because you can have many abilities, and those abilities will depend on like what you buy and in what order do you buy them. I don't think you get into the habit of using them. It's not like if you press A, it's going to do this specific thing all the time, because it depends what you bought and when did you buy it. So I'm afraid people will just get confused and will not use them as often. And I feel like it adds a lot. Like, the game already goes pretty fast. You have to think about juggling between your two dashes, and I'm not sure I like it. So right now, I'm thinking about two solutions. One, again, as I said earlier, turning those abilities into much more like crowd control or time control, abilities that would change the way the space is, and not necessarily do stuff. Like, it's not going to do an explosion or to place a mine. It could, for example, slow down the time, create a bubble around you that it will slow down the enemies when they enter your bubble. That would slow down the enemies on the map. Exactly, some kind of black hole that would control, basically all about control stuff. So controlling the time, controlling the speed, controlling the placement, let's say. Something like that. Or a bubble that would push enemies away. Yeah, something like a force field or whatever. Something a bit more passive in a way, right? You activate it, it stays on for a while, and it's like a bit more passive. It doesn't deal damage directly. That way you can activate those when you need control. The problem I have with that is you still have a lot of abilities. At the end of the run, you would have 4 different abilities. And I'm afraid it's just too much. It's just too much stuff to think about all the time. And then we have another problem. If I think it's too much, I can reduce, for example, I can reduce the time between the abilities, the cooldown. I can increase, right? It's better if you're brainstorm, yeah, if you're transformed, but it's the same transformation again. I could reduce, increase the time, the cooldown. That way you can't use the things so often, and it doesn't feel chaotic too much. The problem with that is that you will go longer without using your abilities, and then you can easily forget about those. So I'm in a weird design problem where I feel like the abilities kind of get in the way. And I don't know if you have examples of other games where you have abilities, and specifically dynamic abilities, like abilities that will not necessarily be the same at the same spot. You see what I mean? Think about a game where pressing A might have different results depending on what kind of abilities you took. And I'm in this weird spot. So the first idea is that change the way the abilities work. And the second thing is remove the abilities entirely. Decide that abilities are simply not good enough. So either I turn them passive again, like maybe they are entirely passive again, and you put slots onto your ship, and they're like, I don't know what they do, but they do something specific that is bigger than an upgrade, and that's why you buy them, but it's like an upgrade slot. Or I just remove them entirely, for example. And when you are in the shop, you can just buy more upgrades. And because I have a lot of upgrades, and some upgrades are better than others, when you are in a shop, you are sure that you're going to have a good upgrade, for example. I would definitely forget about the abilities and not end up using them. Exactly. I think that's already what's happening. I made the game, and I constantly forget about the abilities. I constantly forget about those. And so I'm not really sure. I'm not sure how to approach that. I thought I had a test for the missiles. Oh, because the turrets are spawning the missiles. I don't know how you have them set up right now, but maybe you could assign one button to a type of ability, like movement is A, long range is attack is X, etc. Yeah, okay. That could be a solution to my problem of you don't necessarily know what kind of ability you have under what button. I guess the only problem I see with that is you kind of limit hard the kind of abilities that a player can have, and also it makes it makes my life way harder because now I have to think about like 4 different categories and make sure that I have enough abilities in those 4 categories. So that could be a solution, but it feels very, very restrictive. And I don't think it's very restrictive in a good way, right? It feels like it's going to challenge the design so much. It's not going to be easy. And I don't know how to test that. I don't know how to test this idea. I think I just need to sit down and think about that. Look at other games. So if you have suggestions on games that are doing abilities in a cool way, don't hesitate. I think I should look at the I should definitely look at the other roguelikes. And I think the other roguelikes, what they are usually doing is that the abilities are tied to the object. So when you use an object, you know, I thought of Hades and how all of the boons don't add new buttons, but they modify the existing moveset. So you can't have 2 boons that both change the dash, for example. That's true, that's true. That's very true. Animal Whale has 2 different tools, all on the same button. You have to cycle them. Wow, okay. I think that would be even harder. I think that would be even harder. Because Animal Whale is a much slower game, right? I see what you mean, Mike, though, with this idea of Hades. It could be so in this regard, what you're suggesting would tie in well with the idea of having abilities that are more passive in a way, right? They are just modifying something that already exists. And that's kind of what we were doing at the beginning, remember? At the beginning, when I added abilities, they were attached to, for example, the dash. You would create an explosion on dash. You would attach a mine to an object that you would be pushing and stuff like that. The problem with that, in my view, the problem with that, because you're doing dashes constantly, right? It would do special stuff constantly, and so it would be too much. And so that's why I wanted to push those abilities to something else, to the controls, because I thought it would be less chaotic, which is a different problem. The thing is, you have to use tools so you don't forget about them. Exactly, that's true, that's true. Yeah, in my case, you don't have to, right? That's a very different problem. In my case, you don't have to. You don't have to use them. Theoretically, you can probably... I mean, you probably have to in the sense that the game will get too hard if you don't use them. But at the same time, I don't know. Also in Hades, it feels very different because the enemies have health and not like limited health the way I do. So it's kind of cool to add more damage to your dash or to your stuff because it makes it interesting. And you have to spam those attacks. Rodriguez, thank you so much for the 4 month. 4 months, subscribed for 6 months in advance. 4 months streak. Thank you so much, Rodriguez. Welcome. Happy 2025. Happy 2025 to you too. So, yeah. This is definitely not easy. Definitely not easy. Definitely not easy. So that's the first problem that I have. The second problem is before the next fest, there will be the co-op fest. I have the numbers, I have dates in here. So the next fest starts February 24th, okay? So at the end of February, the next fest starts, I need to be ready in advance because the press access is on February 14th. But in February 10, there is the Couch Co-op Fest. So when I started working on Hyperslice, from the beginning, I thought that couch co-op would be cool. I wanted to have couch co-op. I wanted to have 2 players. I want to participate in the Steam events as much as possible because they put eyes on the projects, and it's a very good moment to get feedback, to get player attention, to get attention from other people and stuff. And so when I saw the couch co-op so close to the next fest, I was like, it would be stupid to not do it, because I wanted to have co-op and it's so close to the demo, I might as well just participate, right? So I've been thinking about the different things that I need to modify to have co-op. I need to modify a bunch of stuff, of course, like the enemies, the way we spawn, the way we handle the upgrades and stuff. There's a lot of stuff to modify, right? There's a lot of stuff to modify. But at the same time, it's not super hard. And so I've been thinking, should I do it or not? Should I spend the time doing that? My logic is, if we think about the pros and the cons, press access is the press. They send an email to the press with the participants, and so the press can start playing some of the games if you have a demo available. Like, they have access in early compared to the other people. They have access early, so they can prepare. Basically. So it's a good idea to have your demo released earlier than the next fest. To be honest, that way you start getting people interested. You could have a dumb co-op like Mario Galaxy. What does that mean? So if we think about the pros and the cons of the co-op, the pros is very simple. It gets more eyes on the project. It's an event on Steam. Dashpong will be there. I could have Hyperslice. It's a good way to say, hey, my game is here. You can actually try it. You can even try it with a friend. The demo will be the same, so you can even play alone if you want, which is a cool thing, right? When you have your game in the co-op stuff, people can even try it alone if they want. So I think that's the biggest pros about that event, is that you have more people, more eyes on your project. Now for the cons, it's work, right? It's going to be work, and I'm not exactly sure how long it's going to take. I've been thinking about like doing a mini jam, like spending an entire day just doing that, trying to focus on bringing a functional multiplayer experience. And if that works, see what I need to do from here, right? At the end of the day, I can decide, okay, in fact, it would require much more work to make it work, or it already works, and I only need a few tweaks here and there, maybe the difficulty or something. So that's an idea. Say, I put one day in it, and I try to make it work, and hopefully it's enough. A big con is, if I make the demo available in co-op, and it sucks, people will get a bad impression of the game. And they could even get a bad impression of the game in general, not just with co-op. They could try the co-op and be like, it doesn't work, right? Maybe it's broken, or maybe it doesn't play well, it's too easy, too hard, whatever. And I'm afraid I will have to rush that, because it's only in like 1 month, basically. And I don't know what to do, because I'm like, on one hand, I'm like, it's very worth it because it's more eyes on the project, and I know I wanted to have co-op. At the same time, it feels like I'm rushing it, even though I don't know if it's going to work or not. Because realistically, I would not do co-op before I release the game. I would release the game and then work on a co-op update. First of all, because that way you work on your co-op when you know you have your game ready, so you know what you need to modify and stuff, and you don't have to do that at the same time. And because it's not needed for the game release, you don't have to focus on it. The problem in here is that I would add more work, and I don't know if I can justify it or not. So I don't know, maybe it's not that hard. Maybe it's not that hard. Maybe it's gonna work quite easily. In the original Mario Galaxy, only one player played as Mario and the other only aimed and shot stuff with the Wiimote. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, but no, I don't want that. I don't want that. So I don't know what to do about that. I think my logic so far, I've been thinking about it in the background, and I think maybe next week I will do what I said. I will spend like one day trying to implement it. I will try to rush it as like a mini jam. I try to make the system work, and then I check if it works or not, if I find it fun or not. Because honestly, I can already see, I can see both sides. I can see how it can be really fun, but at the same time, I can also see how it can turn into a nightmare quite easily. Like, how do you balance everything? How do you make sure that the game works well with two people? Do we just multiply the enemies by 2? Maybe not. It might be more complicated than that. I don't want to make too many changes just for 2 players and stuff. And of course, a bunch of technical stuff has to be made. But at the same time, I can see myself. You're on your thing, and I can see, like, even I just thought about that, because you can push everything in the game. You could totally just push your friend. Just that idea is so fun. Like, imagine you push your friend. He becomes, of course, damaging, and so he's killing other enemies, and then he's on the other side of the map, and then he's able to do stuff, and it's just fun, right? The targeting system will be a pain. I played Elden Ring with the co-op mode, and it made the game super unfun since bosses didn't know how to fight 2 players. Okay, I see what you mean. The targeting system has to be has to have thresholds a bit. Yeah. Okay, I see. I don't know if it would be that difficult. I have a feeling that you can make it work by randomly assigning a player or another, right? And I feel like it would work. I feel like you don't even have to create a system that is incredibly complex. That you could just say, if you have 10 enemies, 5 are targeting one and 5 are targeting the other. And maybe based on a threshold, they change the target. I don't know. I feel like there's enough thing on screen that it won't feel that bad. For the bosses, though, that could be a problem. And the same problem is true, right? The same thing is true. What I said earlier is that now, instead of designing your game for 1 player and then later on doing the work to fit it to 2 players, now you're designing everything with 2 players in mind. You keep that with you, right? Because you started the 2-player system. Now you keep that with you. So every time you implement a new boss, a new enemy, you have to keep that in mind. And for a boss, it could be a problem. Maybe some bosses would be much more way too easy because now you have 2 players, or impossible because you have 2 players. And also, okay, also another thing. How risky is it to say, I'm taking the risk of doing it and having this event, and if it doesn't work, I simply remove the co-op after the fact. How risky is it? It can be quite risky, right? In the sense that the players that are trying your game, supposedly they're trying it specifically because you are participating in co-op, right? Specifically, they're trying to your game because of co-op, and now you're going to say, oh, I remove it from the game. So you have a bunch of wish lists that are useless, or people are removing it from the wish list. So I don't know if the risk reward in here is interesting or not. That's kind of the difficulty of that thing. What I'm trying to think is, of course, it's a risk-reward situation. What is the risk and what is the potential reward? And the difficult part is, I don't know what is the potential reward, right? I don't know. Maybe people don't care about co-op that much. Maybe people don't care about co-op that will only be local, because again, the co-op will not be online, it will be local only. Like, it's difficult. It's difficult to know. So, I'm still unsure. And maybe I'm putting the reward, the potential reward, maybe I think it's bigger than it actually is. Because realistically, I don't really know if this co-op festival is going to be really interesting for people. I don't know if this co-op festival is going to bring a lot of attention to the game. Maybe it's not. And also, does it matter that much, considering the fact that the Steam Next Fest will start like 1 week later or 2 weeks later? Is it really that important? Yes and no, right? You can see it as it's not really important because you will have the Next Fest just after that. So you should focus on the Next Fest and make sure you have a nice experience for the Next Fest, and you will participate in the Co-op Fest the year after. When the game is released, you can always participate the year after or something. But at the same time, you can think of the Co-op Fest as a way to start promoting the game, building up more wishlist at that moment, and then you arrive at the next fest with much more wishlists, with much more velocity, hopefully, because we don't know, but you arrive at the next fest with much more velocity and much more powerful because you just did an event, and if the event did well, it created some hype. I put hype in quotes, of course, but you see the idea, right? So I really don't know. Is there a way to know, to be sure, the kind of decision that you have to take blindly? I think you have to take it blindly. I think there's no... You don't know, because the risk and the rewards are all things that can't be measured, right? It's a lot of unknowns, because I don't know yet how well the game will play with two people. I don't know yet, right? In my head, the game is cool, and it's even cooler with two people. Not necessarily even cooler, but it's... In my head, it's very cool with two people. But it's highly possible that it doesn't work that well, right? And finally, and on the other side, the reward, potentially the reward is quite good, meaning we have a lot of eyes on the game, maybe some streamers and YouTubers are playing it, maybe I have the chance to have people trying the game locally and playing two people. Maybe it creates some sort of, again, small hype around it, and so it sets me well for the next fest. Or not? I have no idea, and there's no way to know. There's no way to know, I think. It depends on so many things, right? It's highly dependent on the quality of the game, if I'm able to reach people or not, if I'm able to have a cool demo by then. It's very difficult. To me, being really inexperienced, I'd say give it a shot. And so, for example, I think doing it is not that risky. Again, if you see it from my perspective, if we forget about the event for a second, right? If we forget about the event for a second, from my perspective, if I say, okay, I'm going to put 1 day of work into that, it's not that much. So I can risk spending a day and at the end of the day saying, in fact, it doesn't work. In fact, it's too much work. I can't do it. It will actually require a week of work or whatever, and I can't afford that. But let's say I managed to do it in one day. Maybe 2, but you see what I mean. That is not a big risk. It's okay. I think the biggest risk is in the participation itself, right? Because participating in the event is where you show to the world, hey, my game will be playable with 2 people. And this is where you risk it, because maybe your game is not prepared for that. Maybe your game doesn't really work with that. I love how you're always like, don't overscope, don't scope creep, and then. But you know why I'm thinking about that. Again, I told you at the beginning, it's not coming out of nowhere. I know that theoretically, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to work on co-op right now, because theoretically it's something that I would do after release. But I feel like this is a unique opportunity where there is an event just before the next fest, and that Hyperslice, that's also you have to consider that Hyperslice is in dire need of wishlists, or not necessarily wishlists, but in dire need of eyes on the project, right? I cannot afford to not talk about Hyperslice. I cannot afford to not have people discover the game, and especially play the game. I really need to have more people play the game. And so that's why I'm thinking that this is a great opportunity. Otherwise, of course, I would not think about it. I would say, ooh, it's way too early. It's way too early. I'm going to do that after. Once again, being very inexperienced, take that with a grain of salt. No one will care if you remove the co-op. Do you think? What I mean is, I don't see many people wishing only because it's local co-op, and then you also remove the co-op. It's like 2 small probabilities compound. I see what you mean. I think that there are definitely people that will wishlist a game for co-op only, though. But maybe it's true for a game that is solely co-op. If your game is mainly single player, maybe it doesn't work that way. I think people who care about co-op really care about co-op. Yeah, I think too. That's the problem. I'm afraid that the people wishlisting the game from the co-op event will wishlist the game specifically because of the co-op. You see what I mean? It's probably bad if they have wishlisted only because of co-op and you end up removing the co-op. I see. But I think the problem is, the way you see it is you see that the first option, the wishlisted only because of co-op, you see it as a small probability. I see it as a big probability, in fact. I see it as a big probability. Because the people browsing the co-op event are going to look specifically for co-op, right? And the people who don't care about co-op, they won't go and look at the co-op event because there's the Steam Next Fest like 2 weeks later. It's possible that it's a big probability. I wouldn't be able to say. I think it's bigger than you think. And if they end up removing the wishlist, is that really bad? No, probably not. It's probably not that bad. The only thing is The only thing I guess that could happen is, I guess if they remove from the wish list, it's a big impact if like you have a lot of removal. It's probably sending some signals to the Steam algorithm, which of course is not good, right? Like, right? That would be awful. That would be awful. I guess the bad thing that could happen is what Mike is saying. But before that, before they buy it and they leave a negative review, it could be unrealized wish lists, basically. So as a developer, you think you have 5,000 wish lists, and in reality, you have only, I don't know how many, because there are a bunch of them are people that wishlisted your game for the co-op and are not going to buy it because you don't have co-op. So they're not removing it from the wish list, but they're not using it. It's not that bad, right? It's not that bad. It's just that as a developer, you think that those people are going to convert. You take that into account, and in fact, they're not. That's one problem. And the second problem, which would be worse, is they buy it, and then they're like, oh fuck, co-op doesn't exist anymore. Because realistically, people are not checking constantly their wish lists. You wishlist something, you forget about it, and when it releases 6 months later, you're like, oh, it released, and you go and maybe you buy it or not. But I'm not sure you go through the page again and you verify specifically, okay, does this game supports gamepad, co-op, etc., etc. I'm not sure. So, but I think that discussion is interesting. But I think the first step, no matter what I decide, the first step is I do that mini jam where I try to implement it in a day, right? I think that would be the first step. I implement the local co-op in one day, and then I decide. Or maybe I don't need to. I don't need to implement it. Maybe I sit down and I think about it a bit more, because I listed what I needed to modify, but I have a tendency to think, oh yeah, it's just a small fix, it's just a small modification and whatever. So maybe I sit down and I really try to think about how long it would take. Right? I need to stop now. This is really interesting though. If you have ideas about that, don't hesitate to tell me. I will be live again on Monday. We can discuss that. Maybe I sit down. He says while walking on a treadmill, exactly. And I sit down there, and then the treadmill pushes me away. No, but honestly, it's cool. It's cool to discuss that a bit. It makes me think out loud, and it's always good to reflect. What I think I need is to try. If you have suggestions for the abilities and stuff, honestly, don't hesitate, because I'm a bit lost with those abilities. It's kind of frustrating, especially as I'm building towards the demo. I kind of need to know, right? I kind of need to know if I want those abilities or not, and what do I do with them? Do I add more abilities? Do I remove them entirely? Maybe I lock them in the demo, but then the gems are useless. I don't know. So I need to think about that. Grumble is live. Regarding the abilities, are they needed? Nothing is needed, Arkham. Nothing is needed. To be honest, that's the problem. Nothing is needed. Nothing is needed. If they are, removing them or changing them is going to be a big work. Yeah. Right now, the problem, I guess, is that I feel like they're not needed, right? It feels like they're not needed. And if they're not needed, they're not a problem either, right? So leave them in. Yeah, but I don't think we can think like that. because I'm building a bunch of things around those. You see what I mean? That's the problem. I'm building a bunch of things around those abilities. Like the gems are the currency to buy the abilities. So the gems, if I don't have the abilities, they don't make sense anymore. So I need to use them for something else or remove them entirely. So it's like tied into the game. Right now they're kind of part of the core, right? So I just need to understand, do I modify them to find a use for them, or do I scrap them but then I change the way we think about the game, and instead of buying abilities you can buy the upgrades, for example. You can just buy more upgrades. Honestly, that would work also. That would work. But I think I need to think about... I think I need to visualize a bit more, like, as you're playing, what kind of thing do you want to do? The raid is going to start, so I need to say goodbye. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. Michette, thank you for your donation. Thank you everyone for the subs. The raid starts in 3 seconds. I will see you on Monday. Goodbye, guys. Have a good weekend. Or... yes.
So, stay safe. Hey, Mr. Elliptic. Why, hello, my friend. How we doing? Welcome, Raiders. My name's Aramis. Hope you're having a good day. This is the first Friday stream of the year. Hello. How we doing? Yes, Happy New Year to you as well. Happy New Year to you as well. Any big plans for the new year for yourself? Any big goals? I'd say my biggest goal is get Hexagod out the door in March. That's the main thought. And then the other big goal would, I think that goal is going to be achieved. Getting Hexagod out in March is going to be achieved. The big question comes down to, can I get a second game out the door? And so I'm starting to cook on ideas for game 2 and started prototyping randomly last year. So there's going to be likely some more